We in this. Got the wrong page up. What is it, day 315? It is. Dang, I'm still on this. That's tough. I was reading this, I think. I don't know what page I was on.
Yeah, well,
Like every country, you know, corrupt.
anywhere towns.
What is
part of
this? Why did a podcast randomly come on?
that part of the world.
What the heck? What's going on here? Okay, weird. I read all that. I read this. Oh, I was here. This is what. Yep, that's what it was. I paused that. Okay, right here. It is available for Mac OS. What? Okay. Oops. Okay. What was that even? Don't matter. Don't matter. Don't matter. Triness is free for 7 days. Okay, so it's not, this one's not free, but open gas is. Yes. I'm ready.
So in this video, we are going to learn about the different types of threat actors. Now, each and every threat actor has a specific motivation, but there are some common motivations that we can talk about. So it could be political, economic, technical. It could also be profits or financial gain. It could also be revenge, or it could also be some nefarious objective that somebody wants to achieve. So typically these are some of the common objectives the threat actors have. So let's look at some of these types, because you would need to understand what type of threat actors can exist. If there is any threat that is originated from one of these threat actors, so you would be able to figure out what kind of threat actor you are dealing with. However, it is not possible all the time. For example, you can state that a threat can be originated by somebody accidentally deleting the data. That is the loss of data. But that person cannot be classified as a threat actor. But when you talk about threat actors, they are the ones who have a malicious objective. This is what we spoke about in the previous learning video. So now, the first one is the advanced persistent threats, and they are probably the most dangerous types of threat actors. They are difficult to detect, and they usually keep an extremely low profile. They are equipped with the most sophisticated tools and have a motive to get to the data. They usually do not cause any kind of disruption or destruction. Their main goal is to get the sensitive information. Then comes the cyber criminals. Now, these are people who are after the sensitive data, money, and the personal information. They will steal the data or the information, sell it in the underground web or black market. Now, ransomware is one of their prime tool to extort money out of their targets. Their main goal is financial gain. Then comes the hacktivists. Now, these are the people or an individual who's after a social cause. They have an ideology that they follow and they want to expose truth. Their main goal is to expose secrets or stop any political agenda or organization whose practices do not seem in favor to the public. Now, to give you a very good example, if you heard of this site called WikiLeaks, now that particular website is the result of the activists who wanted to expose the truth. So WikiLeaks has a lot of information which could have not been made public if activists would have not put that information over there. And their typical targets is not any specific individual or organization. They will go after anybody or any organization or any government agency or any government if their ideology does not match with theirs. Then comes the terrorists. Now, these are the people who are against a specific government and are after their sensitive information. Their main goal is that they want to complete their objective. They will cause severe damage to the information systems. Now, these people are also called the cyber terrorists. So basically, instead of a real terrorist in the physical form, these people cause disruption and they disrupt the critical services and causing harm to the infrastructure. So their main motive is basically they are after the large organization, they are after the state governments or the critical services of a nation. Now, when you talk about an insider threat, it is an invisible threat. Now, these insiders are internal to an organization and therefore they are hard to detect. They have access to a lot of assets and the information and the network services, and therefore they will always have an upper edge over the external entities. So their main goal is to bypass the security controls that are implemented because they have a specific reason. They are either frustrated, they have ego issues with somebody within the organization, or they simply want revenge. So they can have different motives. But the thing is that they are only after the organization so that they can prove their point and they can do some bit of self-satisfaction in terms of, satisfying their ego or taking a revenge. Then comes the script kiddies. So the script kiddies are basically people who are very, very inclined to sort of get into the systems and prove themselves that they can also hack, and therefore they end up causing damage. Then comes the nation states. Now, this is one group of hackers or one classification of hackers who are well funded, directed, and they are usually sponsored by the nations. They can steal information, they can steal intellectual property, sensitive information, and they have a lot of sophisticated tools, and they are basically funded to further cause espionage on the other nations' governments. Their main goal is to espionage or disruption of services. Let's now look at the categories of threat actors. So there are essentially two types, external and internal. External threat actors are external to the organization. They conduct their attacks for various reasons, something like espionage, disruption, or even stealing confidential information. Now, these are the people who sit outside the network and then they sort of breach into the organization's network. Now, internal threat actors are the insiders. They have access to the network, they have access to the assets within the organizations, but they have different malicious motives. So they could be frustrated or they may want revenge from someone within the organization or the organization itself. Now let's look at threat actors and examples. And now when you talk about different type of threat actors, so we have listed out nation state, we have activists, cyber criminal, insider threat. So nation state against an organization, it will simply go for IP theft. And when you talk about the government, it will go for political information theft. And it would also be focusing on disrupting the functionalities of various government services. And then you have the hacktivists. So they go after confidential data theft when an organization is concerned. And with the government, they may even go for web defacement. So they are the people who are not in favor of a particular idea of the government or the organization. So they may do a complete web defacement for the government. Then comes the cyber criminal. Now, these are the people who are going to be after IP theft, credential theft, and they also are going to be going after the financial data, such as credit card numbers and your PIN numbers. And when you talk about the government, they will go after IP theft and they will also go after the research data. Now, insider threat is mainly responsible when you talk about the organization is for data leakage and insider fraud. And when you talk about the government, it's mainly the data leakage that happens. So let me just give you an example of each one of them. So when you talk about the nation state example, so in 2010, Iranian cyber army disrupted Twitter and Chinese search engine Baidu and redirected the users to Iranian political message. When you talk about hacktivists, so there was an anonymous hacker war against Donald Trump in 2016 elections, and then they hacked into United Nations webpage in 2020. When you talk about cyber criminal, so there is a famous security breach of Target Corporation, and then there was a attack on the Sony PlayStation, which caused the Sony PlayStation network to go down for about a month. When you talk about the insider threat, now there was an incident at Coca-Cola where a malicious insider stole a hard drive which contained personal information. So these are some of the examples, and now it is not right to say which one can be more dangerous and which one can be less dangerous, but yeah, the scale at which they work might take the threat to a different level altogether. So for instance, where insider threat would be able to cause damage to a organization or a particular agency within the government, a nation state would be able to cause damage at the national level. So obviously the threat scale for nation state is much higher than it is for insider threat. Now just to recap what we learned in this video, we talked about the different types of threat actors. So we talked about APTs, cyber criminal, hacktivists, terrorists. Then we also spoke about insider threat, script kiddies, and nation state actors. And then after that, we did talk about the categories of threat actors. It was internal versus external. External is somebody who's not part of the network or the organization. And internal is somebody who's internal to the organization. This person is usually an employee. Then we also looked at some of the threat actors in the examples.
Another security concern we want to think about are internal humans, our employees, our personnel. Now, during the hiring process, your background screening should typically weed out the bad seeds so that you only hire those who eventually become loyal employees to your organization. And this is typically the case. The problem is that from time to time there are those who choose to violate company policy. There's also accidents and mistakes that occur as well. Now, we're all familiar with the phrase that our parents told us growing up, which is just because you can doesn't mean that you should. And we need to follow this even in our current day professional lives. Many employees think that because the company allows them to surf the internet and there's some free space on a storage device, maybe on a server, that it's okay if they spend time during the day to surf social networks or to access video content or to download files or to cache their own personal materials of media files on company servers. And the problem with this is not only is this a violation of company resources and wasting of resources, it also puts the company at risk for the chance of potentially the download and moving of files that are malicious code embedded within them, maybe a Trojan horse, for example. But these are not the only problems. It is always the possibility that an internal employee could choose to violate the rules, to purposely bring in storage devices that have malicious code, or to grab data off of company servers that's proprietary or sensitive and then share that with outside entities. Now, for the most part, our administrative controls protect us from these type of personnel purposely performed activities. We have things like authentication to limit only those to authorized individuals. We make sure every single person has a unique logon. We also use authorization to control what they can and can't do. We encrypt data when it's supposed to be more secure and sensitive so that just the general employee cannot easily access it. And we use auditing to track all the events of our employees so that we can trace down the perpetrator if there's ever determined to be a violation. Now, we also need to think about that these policies we have internally should have some consequences tied to them so that when someone performs a violation, then there's some type of a penalty that they must face. And in this way, we can encourage compliance with our stated security policies. But we need to keep in mind that personnel are a risk, hopefully a minor risk, but still a risk that's worth considering. When you're designing your security baseline, you want to look at the various security concerns that you face. Now, there are security threats and attack vectors that come from a variety of sources. One of them we have to concern ourselves with are external humans. Here we see an example of some of the items you might want to consider. First off, we have physical security concerns, where outsiders may attempt to gain physical entry into the building. If they're able to gain physical entry, then they can interact with your hardware, steal your equipment, plant listening devices, or read data off of your computer systems. And if we're having locked doors, security guards, or video cameras recording the events taking place in the physical world are potential ways of defending against that type of intrusion. But another concern is when you allow remote connectivity into your organization's private network. And this is a very commonplace thing to do today in two different ways. One is the idea of having a regular internet connection, where attacks from the outside can make their way inbound over your internet link. Whether you are having an open resource that an outside attacker can connect in directly, such as offering your own web services or running your own email or file server that the outside internet actions can reach, or if you're just using the internet as a way to reach out to the internet and retrieve data from it, you may retrieve malicious code because of that and possibly become infected by a remote access Trojan or a backdoor. But a second concern you should have is when you purposely allow remote connections. We often think of these as telecommuting, or maybe we have remote offices that all can connect together, and we might be using a VPN solution, a virtual private network. Now, in theory, a virtual private network is an encrypted connection from some outside entity into your private network. And when that's truly a valid entity on the outside connecting in, then this is usually a safe concept. But here's the problem. Anyone can attempt those connections in the first place. Not to mention, if a malicious attacker is able to take over the control of the machine at the remote site, and then initiate the VPN may still serve as a conduit for an attacker to ultimately come across that link and still breach your security because they are impersonating or taking over the remote computer that is otherwise authorized. So this is yet another area of concern that you want to think about when you're designing your security. External humans. The possibility that an internal employee could
The next term that we need to look at is threat. Threats exploit weaknesses, and that weakness, eventually when it gets exploited, affects the confidentiality, integrity, and availability of the assets, which eventually causes destruction or modification of that particular asset. So that asset could be something like an information or a particular system. So therefore, we have to understand is a threat on its own cannot be originated. So there has to be a threat actor who has to, or a hacker or an attacker who has to originate that threat and make it materialize. Now, a threat can be intentional, or sometimes it can be unintentional, which is by accident. A threat can originate from different sources such as people, organizations, nature, and networks. And a threat can also refer to a natural or a man-made circumstance or event that exploits system weaknesses and have negative impact on the assets or the organization. So now, when you talk about man-made, so a hacking attempt or a security breach is a man-made event. So this could be something like, somebody stealing the data, and then there is a denial of service attack. These are man-made. And when you talk about natural, it could be something like hurricane or flood, and then it could be unintentional also, which is by mistake. So it could be somebody accidentally deleting the data. Previously, we looked at threat, and a threat cannot be materialized without a threat actor. So there has to be a threat actor who's responsible for a threat. So remember, it is going to be always a threat actor who's going to materialize this particular threat. So therefore, the threat actor is the entity who's responsible for initiating the threat. And now a threat actor is the one who's also known as a malicious actor. And this could be an individual or a group that is partially or wholly responsible for causing the harm to an asset within an organization. Now that harm could be modification, destruction, or disclosure of the asset, something like the information. Threat actors are categorized as external, internal, partners. These can be individual groups or the organizations. And these are the entities who are not authorized to access systems but they do and through illegal means, which is basically by attacking the systems and getting into them and stealing or deleting or doing whatever harm to that particular system. Now, a threat actor is basically someone who will also exploit the vulnerabilities. And it is not easy to identify a malicious entity or a threat actor, as they are smart enough not to leave any kind of traces behind. So usually they clear their path. Once they are opting out of a particular network, they clear their path so they can't be traced. And always remember, a threat actor always has a motive. It is either to disrupt the operations, disclose the confidential information, or make unauthorized modifications, or even control a system or the network. So different threat actors will have different motives, and these motives will drive how they trigger the threat and exploit the systems. Now, the threat actors can be external entities such as nation states, hacktivists. Now, it could also be a novice individual, basically known as script kiddies, who tries his hand in hacking a website or initiating a threat. Now, threat actors could also be insider to an organization. Employees who are internal, these are the insider. They are known as the insider threat. These are usually of an organization who either accidentally or deliberately cause harm to the assets of the organization. The internal threat actor always has an upper hand than the external threat actor, because internal threat actors have privilege to access the resources, the network of the organization. They have the access to the assets. Now, there could be some cases that a threat emerges because the internal threat actors are incorrectly privileged, which means they are given over privileges than what they should have to perform a particular job function. Now we've spoken about the threat actor. Now let's look at what is a threat vector. Now, a threat vector is a method, tactic, or process used by the threat actor to conduct an attack. Let's take an example. A hacker gaining access to a network via malware, which has been downloaded by the user. The malware in this context is the attack vector. It is a method that is used to launch the attack on the network. Now, another method could be social engineering via phishing email. Attack vector is also known as a threat vector. Now, when you talk about an attack vector, these are the tactics, processes, or tools that are used by a threat actor to exploit the weaknesses in the system and cause negative impact to the organization. So they will use tactics such as phishing, exploitation of network vulnerabilities. These are some of the examples of the threat vectors. Now, understanding a threat vector is critical because it helps you develop controls to protect your data and assets. A threat agent can use different types of threat vectors such as fake sites, session hijacking, unsecured wireless hotspots, malware, and social networking websites. Now, some of the other examples of attack vector could be malware, virus, email attachments, web pages, pop-ups, text messages, and social engineering. And along with that, you also have phishing, network exploitation, and vulnerability exploitation. So now let's talk about what a target is. A target is the goal of the threat actor. So threat actor, whenever he or she wants to achieve a particular motive, there has to be a target in place. So without a target, an attack, especially a security attack, cannot exist. So therefore, the target becomes the goal of the threat actor, and it is attacked to gain valuable information or cause some kind of disruption. So the question is, who can be a target? It could be an individual, it could be a web application, it could be a system, it could be a web server, or it could be the entire network. Depending on what the motive or the goal of the threat actor is, the target may differ. And it is also true that different threats may target a single system, which means different threats may have a single target. A target contains vulnerabilities, security gaps that can be exploited. Now, a target, if a system, network, application can contain vulnerabilities that are exploited by the threat actors, once a vulnerability is exploited, the threat actor can perform various tasks such as privilege, escalation, or lateral movement to cause more damage. Now, it is important to understand that without a specific target, a security attack cannot take place. So there has to be always a target. Think about this with the analogy of a war. Now, if one army is approaching, they are approaching towards something, and that approach is a target. Maybe it's a facility that they want to conquer, or it is a particular piece of land that they want to sort of go and, put their control on. So that is the target. So in the similar way, in the cyber security domain, a target is something or some individual or a system that needs to be attacked. So that must exist within a security. Now, there can be also possibility that these targets are protected by some security controls, or there are countermeasures in place. However, we have to remember that not one security control or countermeasure can always protect a target. So there must be multiples of them to be able to successfully protect a specific target. Now, when you talk about target in the security context, it is important to know that the decision makers and the security leaders need to have a thorough understanding of what a target is, as no security attack can exist without the target. Now, the biggest question is, what can be a target within an organization. Now that target is going to be something that has a lot of value. And how do you find that? You have to do the risk assessment and find out which targets are more valuable and which targets are more prone to various kind of network threats or security threats. And therefore, you have to make the decision makers and the security leaders aware of such targets.
Cyber attacks refer to malicious attempts to exploit or compromise computer systems, networks, or digital devices. They are designed to gain unauthorized access to sensitive data, damage or destroy critical infrastructure, or disrupt normal business operations. Cyber attacks can take various forms, including viruses, malware, phishing, scams, denial of service attacks, ransomware, and so much more. There are two main types of cyber attacks: active and passive. Active attacks involve direct attempts to
You don't even know what you know about this mouse, though. What you know about this mouse? Look at that. Look at that. Look at what you know about that. What that mouse do? That ergonomic mouse. What you know about that?
penetrate or manipulate a target system, such as stealing passwords or injecting malicious code. Passive attacks, on the other hand, are more subtle and involve the interception and monitoring of data traffic or information transmissions. Passive attacks do not alter or disrupt the target systems.
White guy.
However, they can be just as damaging by stealing sensitive data or compromising confidentiality. Active attacks are often associated with more aggressive or sophisticated forms of cybercrime, such as advanced persistent threats.
You could use it wired. Actually, it's better wired. But what? This Logitech thing sucks. The polling rate is... I thought this was just not working with Mac because of how bad it was. But it's nothing about it not working. It's just bad. It was just designed that way. It's so bad. The Logitech... For some reason, people always say the Logitech MX Master is like the best mouse. But it's... I don't know how people use 60 ms polling rate. Or what even is... What's the... Polling rate is so bad. And when it's plugged in, maybe 125. I was using like a gaming mouse before, wired in, 1,000 polling rate. So when I switched to this, I was like, bro, I can't get used to this. This is ass. But actually, I'm getting kind of used to it. So that's a good thing, I guess. But otherwise, I could plug it in and not use Bluetooth, maybe. But anyway, I like it enough that it's okay.
Threats or targeted attacks. In contrast, passive attacks are more commonly used by cybercriminals who seek to steal data or commit fraud. Regardless of the type of attack, cyber threats are a serious concern for individuals, businesses, and governments worldwide. Active attacks refer to an attacker's direct involvement in infiltrating a system or network. These attacks are designed to cause harm, steal data, or disrupt business operations. Active attacks can be categorized into three types: interruption, modification, and fabrication. Interruption attacks aim to disrupt the availability of a system or network. An example of this type of attack is a distributed denial of service, or DDoS attack, where the attacker overwhelms a server with traffic to cause it to shut down. Modification attacks target the integrity of data, which means that the attacker attempts to alter or destroy the information. An example of this type of attack is a man-in-the-middle attack, where an attacker intercepts and alters data exchanged between two parties, resulting in an unauthorized viewing or modification of data. Fabrication attacks focus on the authenticity of data. Attackers try to create and inject false data to mislead the victim or cause harm to the system. An example of this type of attack is a spoofing attack, where an attacker disguises themselves as a trusted source to gain unauthorized access to a system. During an active cyber attack, the attacker actively engages with the system to achieve their malicious goals. One way attackers do this is by modifying content such as messages to change their meaning or manipulate their recipients. Unlike passive attacks, which are designed to be undetected, active attacks are more overt and often lead to the victim becoming aware of the attack taking place. One of the primary risks posed by an active attack is the potential for the attacker to modify data in ways that undermine its integrity. This can occur when attackers manipulate data in a way that makes it difficult to trust or rely on, causing organizations to make incorrect decisions or take inappropriate actions. Another consequence of active attacks is their potential to impact the availability of an organization's data or systems. Attackers may use tactics such as denial of service attacks to prevent access to resources or disrupt normal operations, causing significant disruption to the organization's operations. Passive cyber attacks differ from active attacks because they do not alter or modify data, but aim to monitor and intercept sensitive information. Attackers use various techniques to monitor systems and network traffic, such as packet sniffing, network scanning, and eavesdropping. One of the main risks of passive cyber attacks is that attackers can use intercepted data to launch further attacks that can compromise the confidentiality of sensitive data. For example, attackers can use stolen credentials to gain access to other systems, or use intercepted data to craft targeted phishing emails. Another way passive attacks can impact an organization is through the compromise of critical systems. Attackers can use data collected from passive attacks to identify vulnerabilities and weaknesses in a system and then use the information to launch more targeted attacks. Examples of passive cyber attacks include network sniffing, packet sniffing, and man-in-the-middle attacks. In a network sniffing attack, an attacker intercepts and analyzes network traffic to capture sensitive information such as login credentials or other confidential data. In a packet sniffing attack, attackers capture and examine individual packets of data as they travel across a network, looking for sensitive information contained within the packets. In a man-in-the-middle attack, an attacker intercepts communication between two parties and can modify or inject data into the communication stream. This attack is commonly used in phishing scams, where attackers use fake login pages to steal sensitive information or intercept and modify financial transactions.
What? Oh. Bam. Easy. What is this? A whole nother chapter I gotta read? Hell no. At least it's only this. Let's do it. What? Your session has expired. Please refresh this page, search again, or sign in. I don't know what that's supposed to mean. Okay. Chapter 14. What? Right. What is this? Why don't you let me read? Bruh. Sign out. Bro, this is garbage. I can download the PDF. Let's do that. Download PDF. Nice. Fine, I'll just do this. Imagine using built-in trackpad, bro. The encryption key, so TLS encryption. Encryption keys are generated for each connection. A secret negotiation occurs, creating a random key. This is known as the TLS handshake. The IETF is a body responsible for TLS protocol. Okay. TLS 1.3 has faster handshake speeds and more security features. TLS 1.2 requires 2 round-trip protocol sessions to complete the TLS handshake. TLS 1.3 requires only 1 round-trip protocol session. This cuts the encryption delay in half. Secure web sessions will appear faster to the user compared to TLS 1.2. In addition, TLS 1.3 has a feature called TLS false start and 0 round-trip time, 0 RTT. TLS false start allows the client's secure browser and web server to start transmitting encrypted data when the handshake is only partially complete. TLS 0 round-trip time begins sending encrypted data to the web server if the secure browser remembers the previous session and has proper encryption handshake information. Okay. Advanced Encryption Standard AES uses symmetric key encryption. Means that you only need 1 encryption and decryption key. The NSA has adopted the use of AES 256, which uses a 256-bit encryption key. We got everybody in here. Let me, let's see. While I'm reading this. Here, let's add. So, personal projects, personal website. I want to set up Ethernet connection. And then, oh, what was I just thinking? Oh yeah, I want to create a seam, or build a seam. Launch a build a seam. Yeah, build a seam at home, and I want to look into somehow create a like target computer, target box, create some sort of virtualized target that I can practice like running exploits on and basically hacking into. Well, what is that called? Create a target. Create a target VM for hacking. It's not just VM. I have to look at everything. How would I set one up on my home network? So that way I can like configure some sort of vulnerabilities on it, and then I can like try to see how I can try to practice identifying it with different tools, and then also practice how to like remediate them, and then maybe even like and then I can probably download like I could probably find online like specific software that's built with specific vulnerabilities in it that you just download, and then you could like just run locally, and then I could run it on that machine, and then I could run like web app penetration testing software, or like some sort of fuzzing software, to see if I can exploit those. And that would be a good project, actually. So those are a couple good projects I'm adding here. Okay. That would be good. Oh, there's another one I just came up with. Not just now, but I just need to add. I should probably order these. Can I move this up? How do I move it up? I can't. You can't do it. Okay, never mind. I'd probably do. That's gay. Okay. Ethernet. Wiring first. Maybe personal website next, and then maybe I also want to set up pfSense, something like that probably. I want to do personal website somewhat sooner rather than later, because I want to be able to write up stuff on my website with these projects. Yeah. Uh-oh, where was I? D315. Ooh, hold on. Oh, you can't do that. Yay. 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 I can't publish? What is this? No, I want no. Okay, that can be fine. Why can't I? What is this? Doesn't let me save? Now it's working. Okay, whatever. Okay, now it's saving. What section is this? It's automatically there? So what is the point? Can I view as? Well, this didn't change. Oh, there we go. If I just remove, what, this one? Since it's already there? What is this? What even is this? I don't even know what that is. Delete. How to delete? Delete. What is this? This is gay. Okay, that's better. What is this? I gotta use community more for real. Okay, at least I got that fixed up. VoIP lab? Dang, 100 out of 100. Hopefully you did. That'd be pretty good. What'd you have to do? Voice over IP lab.
When discussing information security, one common tool used to organize the body of knowledge is known as the CIA triad. The C in the CIA triad refers to confidentiality. Confidentiality means that the information that is transmitted to or retrieved by an entity can only be read and understood by the intended recipient. Confidentiality is often enforced through encryption and hashing techniques. The I part stands for integrity. Integrity means that the information was not altered during transmission. This could be through physical layer errors, but we're more concerned here with malicious changing of data. Integrity is enforced through hashing techniques and digital signatures. And the A stands for availability. Availability means that network resources are available to those who are authorized to access those resources. Availability is enforced through the use of firewalls, disaster recovery plans, and business continuity plans. Another acronym that is often used in information security is AAA. The first A stands for authentication. Authentication refers to the ability to verify the identity of someone who is accessing resources. This is typically items such as usernames and passwords. It could be digital signatures or some type of token-based authentication. The second A is authorization. Once a user or device is securely authenticated, to what resources is that user allowed to access? What are they authorized to view and use versus what are they not authorized? This is enforced through the various types of permissions that are attached to network resources. Users are assigned certain levels of access that match up with those levels of classification or permissions. The third A is accounting. Accounting is logging every activity that happens in the system. This is used for intrusion detection systems, as well as for forensic analysis when breaches occur. These two acronyms, CIA and AAA, are widely used in the field of information security.
Boom, perfect timing. Ha. Perfect. I had to switch it to 1.5 speed to be able to hit this. Alright, let's do the break. Start the break now, okay. We had to set up SIP agent. Don't know anything about VoIP, so... anyway, you had to set it up and then capture packets in Wireshark. And then do it the other way around. Yeah, it's pretty good. Especially if you can do it in person with people you know, or however that works. With people, that's pretty good. Because I'm doing everything basically on my own, just by myself. Kind of. That's why I started streaming. Well, technically you can like hop in the Discord on WGU and try to talk with people or something, but I don't know. It's not really. And then there's the Cybersecurity Club, but it's all like via Discord or whatever. That's kind of why I started streaming, just so I can kind of like work on this stuff. And I don't know, maybe meet people who are also learning the same thing. And also just to... It was just kind of boring doing it alone, so this kind of helps keeps me focused as well. If I'm recording what I'm doing, then I'm less likely to get like distracted. I don't know, I still get distracted pretty easily, but... So let's see. I'm basically gonna be done with this section and then do the quiz, and I'll start next section, which has a lot of points to it. Okay. True, 2 hours just to decide what to eat. That is true. There's no need. It depends how old you are. It depends how, because if you're younger, you don't really need to rush that much. Network Plus. Well, the Network Plus is right after this class, and all I have left is this is section 2 I'm working on right now, which I'm almost done, and then I have section 3. And then that's basically it. Then I'm going to be reviewing for the assessment. So I'm hoping to do this a little bit faster. I was kind of hoping to finish really quickly in 2 weeks, but it's already the 15th and I'm not quite there yet. So hopefully I can finish all of section 3 by Friday in the next couple of days, which means I have to spend like a lot of time hopefully working on this today, tomorrow, and Friday. And then start studying for Network Plus. And Network Plus, I want to pass that in a month. So basically, most of just February, use that for Network Plus. That's my plan. That's my goal. So hopefully soon. Oh wow, there's people about 25 or older. That's pretty good though. It's pretty good that they're doing that. Yeah, it's tough being a little bit older. Like I just turned 27. Dang, that makes me sound old. Time goes by so fast, but sometimes I feel like I'm missing out on so much because I'm doing this career change, because I quit my job and everything, and now I feel like I'm falling behind on stuff, but I already know that this was like the right thing I wanted to do, because that old job I was doing, could not see myself doing that, and I actually really like this so much better. So it's worth it doing it. Making any sort of changes in your life is way more worth it in your 20s when you have like the chance to do it, rather than being stuck with something. Way more worth it. Let me go get some more water while I'm on my break. Alright, next session, let's get it. Network Plus, didn't you do it in a month? I thought you did it in 1 month. Didn't you do it in December? When did you start for that? I feel like you started that while I was studying for the Core 1 A+. Because I remember you were telling me how you started that. You did it in a month, bro. I'm pretty sure you did. Wait, let me check. I did the Try Hack Me thing. Did I ever... You're supposed to email people. I never got an email. If you won any of their prizes? I guess that means I didn't win anything. What? They had so many prizes. Are you serious? I didn't win nothing? Absolutely nothing, bro. Oh, you had CCNA previous knowledge? Dang, is it really that much? Dang, so maybe 1 month is not going to be possible. WGU says, what does it say? They say, because they allocate you time for each class. So this one, yeah, this one shows 2 months for Network Plus. And I've been trying to do classes faster than what they allocate, but that I haven't really been working out too well with that. Dang, I'm mad. I wish I won something from that, from, Try Hack Me. Let me go to Try Hack Me. I really won nothing. Let me see. Let me go to Twitter. And then look at Try Hack Me, see if they gave any updates. Try Hack Me. No, they're just tweeting about new rooms, blah, 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 blah. Bro, how are people supposed to know if they contacted people or not about the prizes? They were supposed to do it by, like, contact people, but they're not saying nothing about it. Dang, they had good prizes. I was hoping to win, like, one thing. Because I completed the whole thing. How many people complete? Probably a lot of people completed it because it was kind of easy. Where is it? Where is it? Recent here. Advent of Cyber. Look at all these prizes. They have a ton of prizes, bro. How can I not win one thing? They're giving out 500 one-month subscriptions. All winners will be drawn by January 6th. All winners will be contacted via email within 7 days. Yeah, so I didn't win nothing. That sucks. Yeah, I bet a lot of people did it. I probably just didn't win anything. Let me see if I can see if anyone's tweeting about, like, Try Hack Me prize. See if anyone tweeted that they won. Yeah, this person won something. They won a month subscription. Anyone else win anything? Nah. Oh well. I don't know. I heard Try Hack Me's like not bad. It was it's good for like learning about stuff. When I did the Advent of Code, I learned a good amount of stuff. I mean, it was easy, kind of like simplistic, but it was for people who never did any of that stuff before. Depending on what room it is, it was all right. What the heck? What is this? Oh, I gotta update this fix. Okay, update Docker. Yeah, compared to college, yeah, TryHackMe is definitely nowhere near actual college, for sure. I was doing a bunch of DNS stuff last night. I was up so late. Just like home stuff, like simple stuff, like working on AdGuard Home and changing basically DNS servers for my home network. All right, let's get back to it. Start.
The CIA security triad has long been a security staple in the IT world. The CIA security triad consists of 3 security items. C stands for confidentiality, I stands for integrity, and A stands for availability. Now this is all related to OWASP Top 10, item A04 for 2021, which is labeled insecure design. So certainly making sure that data is confidential, so kept from unauthorized eyes, making sure that it can be trusted, so verifying its integrity, making sure it's available when it's needed. All of this is part of the design of an overall web app, and these items need to be considered. But let's go into more detail. So let's start with confidentiality. Now, often confidentiality comes in the form of encryption. Whether we're encrypting data at rest or data in transit, the idea is that we might have certain contractual or regulatory obligations for compliance that require us to meet certain security standards, such as with encrypting things stored on disk. The other thing to think about is, of course, the goal is to prevent unauthorized access to sensitive data. These days, data privacy is a very big deal for organizations and government agencies alike. And so we want to make sure we know who has access to sensitive data and that, of course, they are authorized to do so. So this applies to storage, whether we're storing data in the cloud, whether we're storing data on thumb drives, hard disks, in laptops, whatever the case might be, as well as network encryption. So storage encryption could come in the form of things like encrypting file system or BitLocker in Windows. You might use network encryption in the form of ensuring you have an HTTPS binding for your web app, or using a VPN to connect to a private network over the internet, maybe using IPsec on a local area network to secure all IP traffic. There are many different options. So the confidentiality side of a web application, as we know, can apply to data encryption at rest, whether it's in the cloud or on premises. We also have to think about only assigning the permissions required to perform a specific task, and we don't want to give any more permissions than are needed. And this means that we would be adhering to the principle of least privilege. We want to use roles. A role is very much like a group. You would have a group or a role, you would assign permissions to it. Whoever is a member of that role or group would then get those permissions. You might also use claims, which are assertions about a user or a device, like user date of birth or the subnet a device is on, if an app needs to consume that to allow access to the app. Of course, we know we should always use HTTPS instead of HTTP because it's so easy to configure. There's no excuse these days not to use HTTPS. You might even consider enabling HTTPS only. So in other words, blocking HTTP access on port 80 for that web app. And of course, a web app runs on a web server, which in turn runs on an operating system in a physical or a virtual machine, so you need to make sure that you always apply patches to the operating system and the web server stack. Now, on the integrity part of the CIA security triad, we're talking about having assurances of the trustworthiness of data. Has the data been tampered with, or is it in its original form? And we can do that by comparing hash values. Network integrity comes in the form of digital signatures. A digital signature is created by the sender of a message on a network using their private key. On the receiving end, other entities can verify that signature using the related public key. Then we have file or database integrity by comparing previous hash values to current hash values to see if there's a change. It means the data has changed. Otherwise, if the hash values are the same, then the data has not been modified. Let's not forget that auditing is important too as part of integrity or assuring that we have a trustworthy system. Auditing system and data access on a periodic basis. The last part of the CIA security triad is availability. When it comes to things like incident response and disaster recovery parlance, we get terms like the recovery time objective, the RTO, and the recovery point objective, the RPO. The recovery time objective, or the RTO, relates to IT service availability. For example, we might have an RTO for a client-facing public web app of 1 hour, and that means we can tolerate a maximum of 1 hour of downtime on that server. So the RTO would be 1 hour. The RPO is more about data availability. For example, if we have an RPO of 6 hours, that means that we can tolerate up to a maximum of 6 hours of data loss and no more. And now another take on availability for a web app is load balancing. With a load balancer, clients would connect, for example, to a DNS name such as www.quick24x7.com. That would resolve, let's say, to the public IP address of the load balancer. The load balancer might be a physical appliance, it might be a virtual appliance, it might be in the cloud, it might be on-prem, many variations. Either way, the DNS name resolves to the interface that the load balancer is listening on, and the load balancer then routes that client app request to a back-end server that is available and not busy. In our example, in our diagram, we have 3 back-end virtual machines. You might even have enabled auto-scaling so that as we get more and more client requests in a short period of time, which means the app is getting busier, we might add more back-end VMs dynamically as needed. That's called scaling out. Scaling in would be removing virtual machines when things quiet down with the application. And in the cloud, that's important because that can save on costs. The more stuff you have running in the cloud, the more you pay. So why have things running when they are not needed? So confidentiality, integrity, availability. This is the IT security triad.
There was no necessity. So this is basically on the
What is it? I watched this already? Yeah, this was already linked. What? Was this in section 1? No. Maybe it was in this one. Types of cybersecurity approaches. Yeah, this is the same video. I already watched this. 432. Types of cybersecurity approaches. Yeah, this is the same video. I already watched this. Okay, well. Suppose I watched it then. Don't have to watch that again.
The CIA triad is a model that guides information security policies in organizations. We represent it as a triangle with points C, confidentiality, I for integrity, and A for availability. Confidentiality refers to data privacy and sensitivity. You could classify internal records like salaries, financial data, or product development documents as confidential and restrict access to this data. Integrity is verification that the stored data you retrieve is untampered, unmodified, or unadjusted. For instance, a hacker wouldn't want to delete a log and raise a red flag. But what if the hacker edited the record to remove evidence of any alteration? In this situation, how do you prove data integrity? Availability is about how accessible you want the information to be. Information on a public website is for wide distribution. Hence, it is entirely available and less private. To determine where the security needs for a given dataset fit in the CIA triad, picture a two-dimensional graph. The y-axis is between confidentiality and integrity, and the x-axis is between confidentiality and availability. Your data will be somewhere in this triangle, from complete confidentiality to complete availability on the x-axis, and between that balance of confidentiality and availability versus integrity on the y-axis. You usually want to ensure that your data is not corrupted or maliciously modified. Of course, you do update documents and spreadsheets, but those don't count as malicious modifications. Because you want a fair amount of integrity, your data might be at the top of the y-axis near the eye. Next, you need to decide where your data should be on the x-axis, between confidentiality and availability. Something on a public website might be closer to A, while private information might be closer to C. You decide where your data fits within the C, I, and A points in the triad. You might mark information as sensitive, extremely sensitive, or top secret, and accordingly decide where to store it, how to make it available, and who can access it. You might use checksums to verify data integrity. For this, you could use a file that lists all the files, each with a checksum, to make sure a hacker didn't maliciously delete data. You can control the availability of data with permissions. For this, you again decide how accessible you want to make it, where you store it, and who gets access to modify it. To summarize, think about where your data fits within the CIA triad. Typically, your data would be more towards the upper end of the y-axis and just about anywhere on the x-axis.
Easy. Easy. Summary. Next. What is this? Okay, there we go. Nice. Done with this one. Bam. Section 3. Oh wait, now I gotta, okay, so where are we? Section 2, okay, finished all of this. Now step 3 is the quiz, okay. Let's do this quiz. How many questions are there? I don't know. What risk management strategy involves eliminating the threat or vulnerability to completely eliminate the associated risk? Involves eliminating the threat to completely eliminate it. Risk avoidance. Because you can accept the risk, transfer the risk, or you can try to mitigate it, which is reduce it a little bit, or you can just avoid the risk altogether, which means you eliminate it. Okay, but teenagers use a software tool downloaded from the internet to break into local network without fully understanding how the tool works. This is a script kiddie. When an attacker is inserting text that is too large to fit within a region of memory, what type of attack are they trying to perform? Buffer overflow. What is the primary goal of phishing? Steal sensitive information. Provide shortcuts to legitimate websites. No. Overloading and crashing email server. No. Optimizing email server performance. No. Okay. Steal sensitive info. Hacker discovers vulnerability in an online platform and exploits it to steal user data for personal gain. This person is a black hat hacker. Which term describes security risk that originates from individuals within an organization? That's an insider threat. Checksums and cryptographic hashes are primarily used to ensure integrity. Data encryption at rest primarily addresses which component of the CIA triad? Confidentiality. Data encryption at rest. Right? You can't access the data. Yeah. What accurately defines a security vulnerability? A defect or imperfection in hardware, software, or infrastructure that could be exploited. Blah, blah. Okay, yeah, that one probably. Yeah. What type of DOS attack or DOS attack involves sending oversized, malformed ping packets to crash the target system? Oversized? I think that's the ping of death. Yeah. An attacker performs a port scan to identify vulnerabilities and plan further attacks by discovering open ports and the services and or applications running on them. Yeah, that one. What term describes an ethical hacker who uses skills to help organizations identify and fix security vulnerabilities? Ethical hacker? That's white hat hacker. Which option this below describes a decoy system that is potentially vulnerable? That's going to be a honeypot. Not even going to finish reading that. Which team is responsible for defending and securing an organization's IT infrastructure and assets? Blue team security. Which of the following is a common way for malware to spread? Through downloading and installing software updates from trusted sources? No. By updating software from no. Via email attachments? Email attachments, that one. Healthcare provider notices alterations in patient records that cannot be traced to legitimate medical consultations. This scenario indicates a violation of which CIA principle? Integrity. Which exploit includes using breaching the network cable and using a packet sniffer to listen and record the traffic on the network? That's wiretapping. An individual gains unauthorized access to government websites to protest against a new policy. This is a hacktivist. Ensuring the data is accurate and has not been tampered with relates to which component of CIA triad? Accurate and not been tampered with? Integrity. A cyber campaign aimed at stealing IP from tech companies around the globe is later linked to government's intelligence service. This attacker is a nation state. What measure can employees take to protect company data on their personal devices used for work? Use the same password? No. Enable full device encryption? Yes. Regularly delete all data? No. Avoid installing any security updates? No. Okay, fully encrypt device. What term is used to describe the likelihood and impact of a threat exploiting a vulnerability? the likelihood of a threat exploiting a vulnerability. Risk, threat, asset, vulnerability. Risk. What risk management approach is demonstrated by opting to keep a network device operational despite being aware that of its risk and not applying any security solutions? That's risk acceptance. During network tests, during a penetration test, a tester uses a well-known software tool to gain unauthorized access to the network. This tool is considered a vulnerability, a risk, a threat, an exploit. Is a tool a threat or an exploit? The tool is considered the threat, I suppose. That's what I think. Probably. A flood in the server room causes significant damage to the hardware, leading to an unplanned downtime. That's availability, which CIA does. Aspect is effect availability. Insider in the organization has expressed dissatisfaction and is showing signs of potentially leaking sensitive data. This person is the individual represents a target, a threat, a vulnerability, an exploit, a threat. Wait, so is the other one a threat? Yeah, I don't know if the other one's a threat. Maybe. In cybersecurity, what type of attack involves systematically trying all possible combinations of passwords from a predefined list? Dictionary attack. A user setting up his, you see the possible combinations of passwords makes it think it's brute force, but then when you see the predefined list, you know it's a dictionary attack. User setting up his new work account and sets up his password to password01 so he can easily remember it. What type of vulnerability does password choice create? Default password, 0-day, weak password. What technique involves manipulating users? That's social engineering. What defines a 0-day attack? Attack that exploits a previously unknown vulnerability in software or hardware before vendor released the patch. That one, yep. Which risk management approach entails reducing the likelihood of a risk occurring or reducing the impact if it occurs by doing some sort of security? That's going to be risk mitigation. Critical software application fails to start due to expired license key, halting business operations. Which CIA does this affect? Availability. Ransomware attack encrypts all files on a company's server, making them inaccessible. Which principle of CIA that has been breached? Availability. A hacker intercepts sensitive emails between a company's execs and using a compromised Wi-Fi network. This breach affects which aspect of CIA? Intercepts sensitive emails. That's going to be confidentiality. During a security audit, it's discovered that backup drives containing sensitive info are stored unsecure. What is the best practice to secure these backup drives? Security cameras, store the drives in an access-controlled server room, card key access to the front entrance of the building, a fence around the perimeter of the building. None of these really make sense. You would want to encrypt the drives, or I suppose store them in an access-controlled server room, I suppose. In a man-in-the-middle attack, where does the attacker position themselves? Between two communicating parties. Person conducts unauthorized penetration testing on a company system out of curiosity and later reports the findings anonymously. The behavior fits the profile of a... So they conduct unauthorized pen testing and then find something and then report it. So they didn't do anything malicious. That's a gray hat hacker. Man-in-the-middle attack allows an attacker to intercept, read, and alter communications between two parties. This compromises which aspects of CIA triad? Read and alter would be confidentiality and integrity. Hacker exploits a known flaw in an operating system that hasn't been updated in months, gaining unauthorized access. This is an example of an attack exploiting unpatched software. Submit. 97.5 out of 100. So I got one wrong. Which one was it? Yeah, it was the one I didn't know. That's exactly the only one I got wrong. Okay. It's an exploit. The tool is an exploit. The tool is not the threat. That's the one I was kind of iffy on. I was either thinking threat or exploit, but I wasn't sure. Okay. Done. Section 2, done. Now we can move on to section 3. Okay, back to... Well, let's read this first. Network security operations. So there's going to be 5 lessons in this section. Lesson 1, Principles of Network Security Design. Diving into the core principles that form the backbone of a network security, this lesson lays the groundwork for understanding the broader context of network defense strategies. Lesson 2, Securing a Network. This lesson shifts focus to practical measures and techniques in securing a network, covering critical areas such as firewalls, intrusion detection systems, and network segmentation. Lesson 3, Cloud and Wireless Security. Recognizing the shift toward cloud and wireless technologies, this lesson addresses the unique security challenges and solutions in these environments. Lesson 4, User Authentication and Access Control. Delving into identity management, this lesson explores the mechanisms and policies for effective user authentication and access control. Lesson 5, Security Governance. Concluding this section, this lesson emphasizes the importance of security governance policies and the role they play in maintaining a secure network infrastructure. Okay, I don't know if you guys can see this right here. A little bit. I'll hide that. Now we're doing we gotta fill in the study guide with the instructor-led videos. So, let's see. Whoa, okay, hold up. There's gonna be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 videos. So this one's 21 minutes, 15 minutes, 12 minutes, 12 minutes, 18 minutes, 3 minutes, 15 minutes, 16 minutes, 10 minutes, 5 minutes, and 19 minutes. Okay, so we can do all of these today. with the study guide. So if we can complete step 1, that would be good. If we do step 1, hold on, let's, I can probably do that, yeah. Let's close these. Okay, and that means, what's the shortcut for Finder again? I forgot. Nope. Oh, I didn't even know about that. I didn't know you could do that. Okay, what is it? Is it this? Is it this? Is it this? No, I have no idea what it is. Can't I do it with this? I should be able to do it with the Raycast. Finder. Command. Oh, I forgot I did that. Okay, Command Shift Space. What is this? 1Password. Finder. Oh, Command Alt Paste. Or I mean Command Alt Space. What am I saying? Oh, okay, I see. I need to remember that. That's such a good shortcut. Okay. And then I set up OneDrive. So let's do, so we can open it from here. Allow. Okay, done. Let's do, okay, this will go in the middle, we'll decrease something like that. Bigger, smaller, like this. Yeah, because we can close this. Kind of, yeah, okay. Yeah, this is probably going to be one of the bigger sections. Okay. We can keep this open like that there. All right, let's see how far we can get.
Welcome to Principles of Network Security Design. We're going to begin this video by looking at what a security policy is and some of the common subparts of a security policy. A security policy is basically a guideline or a set of rules set out by the organization's upper level management in order to establish the goals and the objectives of protecting its information and technology assets. The first subcategory we want to look at is the data handling policy. This is a policy that outlines the procedures and the guidelines for managing and securing company data throughout its life cycle. This includes how data is collected, stored, accessed, and disposed of. A few examples of some things that you might find in a data handling policy include classification of data into sensitivity or confidentiality levels. Things like public, confidential, and private. Each of these types of data need to be handled and secured differently. Next, we have guidelines on data encryption and backup procedures. We often want to ensure that we have data at rest and in transit being encrypted, and of course making sure we safeguard our data by making duplicate copies, which are called backups. Lastly, the rules for securely deleting data when it's no longer needed. Data does not need to be kept forever. At the end of the useful data lifetime, we need to securely erase it so it is unrecoverable. Another common sub-policy would be the password policy. This policy specifies the requirements for creating and managing passwords within the organization to ensure secure access to all of the systems and the data. A few examples of things that you would find in a password policy might be the requirements for the password complexity, such as a minimum length and the inclusion of various character types, mandating how often passwords need to be changed, for example, every 90 or 120 days. And lastly, an account lockout policy, which dictates how many times a password can be entered incorrectly within a specific amount of time before the authentication process stops and login attempts are no longer allowed. Another common sub-policy is the acceptable use policy. This policy outlines the acceptable behaviors and the prohibited actions for users on the organization's network and IT system. This policy really helps prevent misuse of resources and promotes responsible use by the employees. This ensures that all activities conducted on the organization's technology assets are legal, ethical, and do not compromise security. A few examples of things that would be included in an acceptable use policy would be restrictions on the use of maybe the organization's systems for either illegal or unethical activities, guidelines on acceptable internet browsing and email use, specifically referring to personal email and internet browsing during breaks and lunch hours, as well as any consequences for violating the policy, such as access restriction, disciplinary action, or potentially termination. Another common sub-policy is the Bring Your Own Device, also known as the BYOD policy. This policy sets out the rules and the expectations for employees who want to use their personal devices like their phones, their tablets, their laptops for work purposes. And it really covers the security measures that a user is expected to implement on their personal device in order to keep the company data that they access on that device secure. For example, the policy may dictate that specific security software like antivirus, anti-malware be installed on the device, or it might dictate certain security configurations must be enabled. Things like authentication, encryption, remote wipe, things like that. Also, the policy is likely to dictate the procedures for reporting a lost or stolen device so that it can be remotely wiped. The last example of a sub-policy that we're going to look at may be the privacy policy. This privacy policy really explains how the organization collects, uses, discloses, and manages both intellectual property and personally identifiable information. It may very well outline the rights of the individuals and any compliance with data protection laws. For example, the policy may outline the types of personal information that are collected. First name, last name, email, phone numbers, social security numbers, any online browsing habits, and the like. It's also going to explain how that personal information is going to be used and under what circumstances can it be disclosed or shared with other organizations. Also, the policy may give information on how customers can access, update, or delete their personal information. This is a requirement in several common personally identifiable information privacy laws around the world. Do keep in mind that this was not an all-inclusive list of all of the sub-policies that may exist in a security policy. These 5 were only given as common examples. There are likely to be many more included depending on the company and the industry that company works in. Next, we're going to shift focus and we're going to start looking at a series of common security design principles and best practices that you need to be aware of for the course. The first one is least privilege. You may have heard it called the principle of least privilege. This involves limiting the user rights and access control permissions that are assigned to a user to the minimum necessary for them to perform their job. We absolutely want to ensure that only access is granted to specific systems and files that are needed to do their job function. Absolutely access to nothing more should be given. There are several benefits that the principle of least privilege gives to a company that implements it. For example, it reduces the risk of insider threats. If we're very careful about who can access what, the chance of someone inside the company causing harm, either by accident or on purpose, is greatly decreased. Another benefit is better system stability. Limiting access to fewer users and applications helps prevent accidental changes that could disrupt or bring a system down or offline. It makes it easier to manage security breaches. If a security issue does occur,
I forgot I muted. Oh, I'm about to sneeze. No, I'm not. I forgot. I need to be writing this down. What is this? No.
it's easier to handle because the problem will be confined to a smaller area, reducing the chance of that incident turning into a major data or system breach. The last benefit is it provides streamlined compliance and auditing. Following that least privilege rule makes it much easier to meet legal and regulatory standards for controlling access and modifying sensitive data. The next security design principle we want to cover is complete mediation. This has several aspects to it. First, we need to check authentication every single time. Every time someone tries to access any resource, we need to verify that user's identity and ensure that they are an authorized user. Every single time it's accessed, not just when they log in for the first time for the day. Next, we have continuous permission checks. This ensures that not only are we checking authentication every time a resource is accessed, but we're also checking the access control permissions to ensure that that user does actually have permission and authorization to access that resource. Next, we need to design in order to prevent security bypass. End users are sometimes very creative in bypassing security controls like authentication or authorization. We need to plan ahead and think about potential scenarios where that could happen, and then we need to create safeguards that prevent the user from being able to bypass these security mechanisms. As part of complete mediation, there are a couple best practices that should also be implemented. For example, setting up timeouts that automatically log a user out after a certain period of inactivity, as well as setting up account lockouts after several unsuccessful login attempts. Basically, if the password is entered incorrectly a specific number of times within a specific time frame, it stops the authentication process and logon attempts are no longer allowed. This really helps prevent unauthorized access. The next design security principle is separation of privilege, sometimes also known as separation of duties. This simply means that any critical task should require more than one person to be involved in order to maintain security. For an example, in order to access any specific resource, one might need both a password and a keycard to be granted access. In the separation of duties, one person would know the password while the other person would have the keycard, and they need to work together to complete the task. Essentially, this prevents any one person from being able to complete a critical task alone, which really helps avoid misuse of permissions. Not only does it avoid misuse of permissions, but it greatly reduces the likelihood of someone committing fraud. Having the separation of duties is especially critical for any actions that involve money. Just imagine if someone could both approve a payment and sign a check. They would be able to defraud the company out of a great deal of money before anyone was even aware it was happening. This idea of separation of duties in this example would require one person to approve the payment, another person to initiate the payment by signing the check. Makes it much harder to commit fraud this way. Lastly, separation of duties really does enhance security. This adds multiple additional layers of security, making it much more difficult for an unauthorized person or any single individual within the company to gain access to something they should not have access to. The next design security principle is the fail-safe default principle. This means we need to default to maximum security. Initial system settings should always be configured to be as secure as possible, meaning that access is denied by default. If no specific permission is granted to a user, the system should automatically deny access to that user. This principle should also apply when a failure, an error, or an unexpected situation occurs. If an issue happens within the system, the fail-safe principle says that all access should be instantly denied, not allowed. Also, if no clear instructions are provided to the system should also deny access. By denying access in the event of an issue, it preserves the confidentiality and the integrity of the data by locking it down and not providing anyone access until the problem is resolved. The next security design principle is economy of mechanism. This simply means to keep security systems as simple as problem is resolved. The next security design principle is economy of mechanism. This simply means to keep security systems as simple as possible. If we design a system that is simple and straightforward, it makes it much easier to understand, manage, and secure. We also want to use proven components in order to implement security. By using existing, trusted components rather than creating new ones from scratch, we get the benefit of the existing component having been tested by multiple other organizations, and any flaws, weaknesses, or problems have already been identified and resolved. Next, we want to make sure that we stick to the essentials. Simple is best. We absolutely want to remove any unnecessary services, protocols, or applications from the system, and we always want to start out by deploying the minimum components necessary to complete the task. We can always add more complexity and more components down the road if we find it's necessary. The next secure design principle is least common mechanism. This means...
Wait, what? Maybe that was not right. That's not even in here. Oh, here. Economies. Oh, okay. Let me just add that because that's not even in here. What? Oh, there we go. Okay, so that's not this. What is this? Get out of here. Okay. Oops.
To use separate devices, tools, applications, and resources for different users or activities whenever possible. Essentially, we don't want shared systems and shared resources between users. By isolating the mechanisms or the tools used by a user to access a resource, we get multiple benefits. First, it helps stop accidental information leaks. This approach really helps prevent the accidental sharing of sensitive or confidential information between users. It helps contain security threats. By keeping each user's access separate, it reduces the likelihood of a security problem that occurs with one user from spreading to other users. Lastly, it minimizes the damage from a data breach. If one part of a system is compromised, by isolating the components, it helps ensure that that breach does not cascade and affect other parts of the system. The next secure design principle is human-centered design. This simply means that we need to design the system with the end user in mind. We want to create systems that are easy to use and specifically designed to meet the end user needs, enhancing both their user experience and their satisfaction with the system. This is all about implementing user-friendly security. If security systems are straightforward, convenient, and easy to use, people are more likely to use them correctly. Human-centered design has several design goals. First, always focus on people. The design should center around the needs and the experiences of the people who are actually going to use the system. On that note, we always want to test the system as it's being designed with real users. If we get feedback from the end users during the design process and we incorporate that feedback to make improvements, we're going to have a better end product. Also, we want to make sure that we are solving the core issues. If we find an issue that we need to resolve, don't just address a symptom of the issue. Discover the core issue and make sure you resolve that. Lastly, always make sure you're thinking about the system as a whole and how everything coordinates and works together rather than focusing on designing individual components that may not work well together in the final product. Our next secure design principle ties in tightly with human-centered design, and that is psychological acceptability. We need to keep security design simple and intuitive. We want to design security measures that are straightforward, easy to use, and that do not disrupt the user's workflow or impede their ability to do their job. A good way of accomplishing that is using user-friendly authentication methods like biometrics or single sign-on. Using a fingerprint or a single password to sign on to the system rather than having to authenticate to every device individually really does make it much more psychologically acceptable to the end user. If we ensure that our security design fits seamlessly into our employees' daily routines and it feels natural and easy to use rather than problematic and burdensome, they're more than likely to use that security correctly and not be inclined to find creative ways to bypass security measures. Lastly, we want to train and educate our users why these security measures are crucial and important to the organization, and we absolutely want to show them how to use them effectively and efficiently. Our next secure design principle is open design. This simply means that the security of the system should not depend on the design being secret, but rather on its implementation. In fact, open design improves security greatly because as other companies and other entities have reviewed this design, they may have identified and resolved any problems or weaknesses that exist, which means it is as secure as possible. Lastly, we want to have effective security. That means that the system should remain secure, even if the person trying to break into it knows exactly how the system works. Our last secure design principle is zero trust. The person trying to break into it knows exactly how the system works. Our last secure design principle is zero trust. Zero trust means that we distrust by default, that we treat every user, every device, and every type of traffic on the network as a potential threat, and therefore we distrust it by default. Regardless of who the user is, what the device is, or what the location or the status is within the network, everything is distrusted by default. That means that we're always going to be secure. We always want to maintain the strictest levels of security, and we absolutely want to verify everything. We always want to check and confirm every request to every resource to make sure it's legitimate, no matter where it comes from, who's doing the asking, or what resource it's trying to access. We always want to verify. We never trust. There are several best practices that we can implement that help with the Zero Trust initiative. First, always deploy multi-factor authentication. By requiring multiple methods for a user to identify themselves, we guarantee that only authorized users are gaining access to our resources. Next, we always want to be encrypting the data. Whether the data is at rest, meaning when it lives on a storage device, or if the data is in transit, meaning it's moving over the network, we always want to encrypt the data to make sure it's in an unreadable format without the decryption key. This helps ensure it remains secure. We want to be continuously monitoring the network traffic. We cannot fix what we are not aware of. So if we continuously monitor the network traffic, looking for any suspicious or unusual activity, we can identify the issue quickly and take action to resolve it promptly. If you always follow the principle of never trust, always verify, it's going to help ensure that you meet maximum security. Welcome to Secure. securing a network, with this video focusing specifically on firewalls as well as intrusion detection and intrusion prevention systems. Firewalls are a primary IT security device that is going to filter all traffic coming into or out of a network or network segment, and it's going to compare that traffic to a set of criteria or rules. Based on that criteria or rules, traffic will either be allowed to flow through the firewall to the other side, or it'll be blocked and thrown away. Firewalls can either be hardware devices or software applications. In a hardware firewall, that is a physical, tangible device that we plug into the network, and it'll scan traffic coming into or out of the entire network, or at least a network segment, whereas a software firewall is an application that we install on an individual end device like a laptop or a PC, and it only protects that one device. For example, we have a host-based firewall. This is a software-based firewall that is installed as an application on an individual end device. This may be a server, a desktop, a laptop, maybe even a mobile device like a tablet or a phone, and it's only going to protect that one device by scanning all of the traffic coming into or out of that one specific device. Whereas a network-based firewall tends to be a physical, tangible device that is scanning all traffic coming into or out of either an entire network or a network segment, and therefore it is protecting the entire network that sits behind it by filtering out undesirable traffic before it ever reaches the internal network. Let's look at a few examples of network-based firewalls and what they are actually protecting. First, we have a border or a perimeter firewall, where it is sitting between the outside world of the internet and our private local area network. This firewall is filtering all traffic coming in into or out of the entire network, and it's filtering out any undesirable traffic from the untrusted internet before it ever reaches the internal private local area network. Therefore, this firewall is protecting all devices on the interior network. Sometimes our organization has specific servers that people need to be able to access from the internet. For example, we may have an email server, a website server, or an FTP file server. In these cases, we need something called a screened subnet or a DMZ, or demilitarized zone. This firewall has multiple interfaces, and we can set up different criteria and rules based on the interface. So on this interface that leads to the DMZ, we're going to have slightly more relaxed rules that will allow people on the internet to come into the firewall and be directed to our internet-facing resources. But we're absolutely going to have much stricter rules on the interface leading to our internal private local area network to ensure those same people who are able to access our internet-facing resources cannot get into our private local area network. Firewalls not only are able to protect us from the untrusted outside world, but we can also implement firewalls within our internal private local area network to control access to more sensitive departments within our organization. For example, we have a multi-layered firewall. This firewall here is the border perimeter firewall, protecting the entire private local area network by scanning or filtering out undesirable traffic that comes into the network from the public internet. But within our organization, we have our general users, and then we have two specific departments that deal with highly sensitive, highly confidential data, and that is our accounting HR department and our R&D secret project department. What we can do is we can put up firewalls internal within our private local area network to filter and control who from the general users are able to access either one of these in order to secure the data that sits behind in these more sensitive departments. There are various types of firewalls that use different criteria or rules in order to allow or deny traffic from passing through the firewall. Let's look at each one of these individually and look at the criteria that's being used to establish and allow or deny when it comes to traffic passing through the firewall. The most basic type of firewall is a packet filtering firewall. A packet filtering firewall is going to examine each packet individually, either entering or leaving the network, and it's going to compare it against a fixed set of rules. Those rules usually are based on one of three criteria, and that would be either the source and destination IP address, the port numbers, and the type of protocol being used. The source and destination IP address really dictates where the packet came from or where the packet is going to. And rules can be established based on either the individual device or the network segment that something comes from or is going to. Port numbers represent different types of network traffic. For example, TCP port 80 is for unencrypted web traffic. TCP port 443 is for encrypted web traffic. Port TCP 25 is for sending an email. So every port number represents a different type of network traffic, and we can establish either allow or deny rules based on those port numbers to filter out and allow only the desired traffic that we want to pass through the firewall. When it comes to protocol types, we're talking IP, TCP, UDP, or ICMP. For example, in this course, you're going to learn about multiple denial of service attacks that use ICMP ping packet as part of the attack. With a packet filtering firewall, we can block all incoming ICMP traffic, which makes sure that those denial of service attacks cannot function. As you go to take the pre-assessment or the objective assessment for this course, it is incredibly likely that you're going to get questions on firewalls that require you to identify which type of firewall is being described based on the criteria that it's using for rules. Learning certain keywords that go with each type of firewall is useful for reading those questions and determining the type of firewall that is being described. The keywords to associate with packet filtering firewalls would be source and destination IP address, port numbers, protocols, and fixed set of rules. Next, we have a stateful inspection firewall. Unlike a packet filtering firewall that compared each packet individually, a stateful inspection firewall keeps track of the state of active connections and uses this information to either allow or deny traffic. For example, inbound and outbound traffic are compared to determine if a connection should be allowed. This is called an established session. This means that generally speaking, a prior outbound request is required before incoming traffic will be allowed into the network. Let me give you a tangible example. You open your laptop, you go to Google Chrome, and you type in www.google.com. As that web request leaves your network, it's going to pass through your firewall on the way out, and that stateful inspection firewall is going to note that your computer's IP address asked specifically for the www.google.com website. A few moments later, the Google server online is going to send us back the web page that we requested. The stateful inspection firewall will stop that incoming traffic, and it will verify that there was a prior outbound request. Essentially, some computer on the internal private network initiated this request, and is this inbound traffic in response to that prior outbound request? If yes, the stateful inspection firewall will allow the inbound traffic to enter the network and return to your laptop. If the answer is no, that traffic will be discarded and thrown away. So in essence, a stateful inspection firewall protects the inside network from the outside world, but still allows traffic that originated from inside the network to go outside and then return. When it comes to picking out keywords in the questions on the pre-assessment and the objective assessment, for stateful inspection, look for the words established session or prior outbound request. Next, we have an application level firewall. This is the only type of firewall that we've discussed thus far that can actually inspect the data contents or the payload of a packet. When you're looking at a packet filtering or a stateful inspection, these do not actually scan the data itself within the packet payload for security. These are simply looking at the addressing information in the packet headers. An application level firewall is more advanced. It can open and inspect the contents of every packet and scan the content of that packet for security. For example, it can monitor and control traffic based on a specific application or service that's generating the data, and we can get very granular when it comes to inspecting application-specific commands or data payloads. Application-level firewalls can also look for things like malicious code, viruses, and other malware. It can look for attacks or different types of security issues that the other firewalls cannot detect, because only an application-level firewall can inspect the contents of the packets for actual security itself. When it comes to picking out keywords within the questions of the pre-assessment or the objective assessment, look for things like scanning for application-specific data, application-specific commands, scanning the contents of a packet, inspecting the contents of a packet, or any time that it's looking for some kind of a security issue like malware, viruses, or some other attack type. Next, we have a proxy firewall. A proxy firewall acts as an intermediary between the internal and the external network, and basically it intercepts and inspects all of the incoming and outgoing traffic. This can be very useful on a network because it allows the IT admin and security team to employ more extensive security measures such as content filtering or encryption. Let me give you an example. Let's say that we have an organization that wants to employ website content filtering for all outbound web requests. They want to block inappropriate traffic and anything that might not be productive on the network. Therefore, they could set up a proxy firewall that would filter out any web requests for adult pornographic content, hate speech, violence, gambling, sports, social media, therefore ensuring that only appropriate web requests are made and only appropriate web content is allowed back into the network. There are various different devices that an IT appropriate web requests are made and only appropriate web content is allowed back into the network. There are various different devices that an IT security team can deploy on a network that will filter traffic and control security. Things like web filtering, anti-malware, anti-spyware, email anti-spam filtering, intrusion detection and prevention systems, encrypted VPN tunnels, packet filtering firewalls. Traditionally, these have all been separate network devices that were put in line and things were checked by one device at a time. But purchasing each of these devices individually can be expensive, and managing each of these devices individually can be challenging. This is where a unified threat management, also known as a UTM system, can be very beneficial. This is a single tangible device that does all of the functionality that we just mentioned. It's far less expensive to buy one device that does multiple functions rather than buying each device individually, and it's easier to configure and manage a single device than each device individually. Let's conclude this video by taking a look at individually. And it's easier to configure and manage a single device than each device individually. Let's conclude this video by taking a look at the differences between an intrusion detection system and an intrusion prevention system. Both of these devices are security devices. They're both going to monitor network traffic, and they're both going to try to detect or identify threats or attacks on the network. These are both going to put out an alert when something is identified. That alert could be an entry into a log, it could be a text message to an IT or security admin, or an email to the appropriate person. But that is where an IDS, or an intrusion detection detection system stops. It can monitor the network traffic, it can identify the threats, it can alert that there's an issue, but it's a passive device. It cannot take corrective action. It has to wait for an IT or security administrator to take intervention to deal with the attack itself. Whereas an IPS is an active device. It can still monitor network traffic, identify the threats or attacks, it can alert that something bad has happened, but it can take automatic corrective action and actually block the threat or attack in real time without having to wait for the network or security admin to take action. An easy way to keep these straight is that the IDS, the intrusion detection system, can detect the issue, but it cannot actually deal with the issue, whereas an intrusion prevention system is proactive. It can actually do something about the issue proactively. Both an IDS and an IPS come in network-based and host-based varieties. The network-based ones protect the entire network, whereas the host-based ones are installed as an application on an individual device, like a laptop or a PC, and it protects only that individual device.
Skips too many things, bro. They didn't even talk about that.
Welcome to Securing a Network, with this video focusing specifically on encryption. Let's begin by exploring the three states of data. We have data at rest, data in transit, and data in use. Data at rest is any file that is not actively being used by an end user that lives on a hard drive somewhere. That could be on your personal laptop, that could be on a server in the in-house on-prem data center, or that could be on a hard drive up in the cloud infrastructure. Data in transit is anytime data is being moved between two devices over a network. That could be within your local private area network, that could be between virtual servers within the cloud infrastructure, or it could be sending the data over the internet. Lastly, we have data in use. This is a file that is being accessed by an end user, and the end user is either reading or editing that file. Encryption is all about protecting the secrecy and the confidentiality of information or data. We want to be able to either store or transmit data in a secure format that if some unauthorized person gains access, they're not able to read the data because it's in an unreadable state. Let's look at a very simple example of how encryption works. We start out with data, in this case, hi mom. That is easily readable. That is called either plain text or clear text. We run that through an encryption algorithm, sometimes known as a cipher. I like to think of that as a blender that does math. We put the data into the math blender. Then we enter an encryption key into the math blender. The encryption key is nothing more than a secret password. We hit go and it spits out ciphertext, basically unintelligible gobbledygook that's in an unreadable format. We can save the file in this format, or we can transmit the file in this format. And if some unauthorized person gains access, they can't read the information. The only way they could read it would be if they were able to reverse the encryption, which they cannot do without the encryption key. Let's look at an example from beginning to end. We have the sender who wants to send the message, happy birthday. This starts out as an unencrypted plain text message. We run that through the encryption algorithm and use an encryption key in order to encrypt it. It turns it into an encrypted message or ciphertext. We can send that over the network, and then the recipient, who also knows the encryption key, uses it to decrypt the message back into a plain text readable format. There are two types of encryption, symmetric encryption and asymmetric encryption. Let's look at symmetric encryption first. In symmetric encryption, we are using the exact same key or secret password to encrypt the data as well as decrypt the data. Symmetric encryption is very fast compared to asymmetric encryption, which makes it ideal for encrypting large volumes of data in something that we call bulk encryption. The only issue with symmetric encryption is key exchange. If I'm going to create a message, I can easily encrypt it with a secret key using symmetric encryption. I can send you, the recipient, the document, but I also need to send you the key. And the issue is someone could intercept that key in transit. And if they have intercepted both the key and the data, they would be able to decrypt it, and therefore it would compromise the secrecy or the confidentiality of that data. Next, we have asymmetric encryption. Unlike symmetric encryption that used a single key for encryption and decryption, asymmetric uses two keys that are mathematically paired. We call them the public key and the private key. Either one of these can do the encryption, but only the opposite one can do the decryption. For example, if you were to encrypt something with the public key could not also decrypt it. If the public key did the encryption, only the private key could do the decryption. Vice versa is true as well. If something was encrypted with the private key, only the public key could decrypt it. Whereas asymmetric encryption is vastly slower than symmetric encryption, therefore it's really only meant for very small volumes of data, it does solve the key exchange issue. In asymmetric encryption, the two keys are created by something called a certificate authority. And once these keys are created, the user who requested the keys, they download the private key and only they have access to that private key. But the public key is kept publicly available. Anyone on the internet can request that public key, which does make key exchange much easier. Let me give you a few examples of how this may work. In example 1, let's look at a digital signature. We have Alice and we have Bob. Alice wants to create a message and she wants to send it to Bob. And she wants Bob to have 100% confidence that the message came from her and could not have come from absolutely anyone else. To accomplish this, Alice is going to use her private key in order to encrypt the data. And remember, no one in the world except for Alice has access to her private key. She then sends the message to Bob. Bob can go out to the certificate authority and request Alice's public key, which is publicly available. If Bob is able to decrypt the message with Alice's public key, based on the fact that these keys are mathematically linked, no other key in the world except for Alice's private key could have done the encryption. And since no one has Alice's private key except for Alice, it gives Bob confidence that this message did indeed come from Alice. This is fantastic.
I forget. I mute so that way there's no echo. But I was about to say that's for what I was about to say, and then I saw in the the CC closed captioning that he's actually gonna touch it. So say the same exact thing I was just about to say. So I'm just gonna let him say it. Play.
For proving identity of the sender, but it does absolutely nothing for confidentiality or the secrecy and the privacy of from Alice. This is fantastic for proving identity of the sender, but it does absolutely nothing for confidentiality or the secrecy and the privacy of the data. Why? Anyone in the world can request Alice's public key, which means anyone who intercepted that message could have decrypted it by requesting Alice's public key. So digital signatures are great for proving identity of the sender, but they do nothing for the protection or the confidentiality of the data itself. Our second example, secure data transmission, sometimes known as a digital envelope, is all about confidentiality and secrecy of data. This is how we can send something to a recipient and we have 100% confidence that only our intended recipient and no one else would be able to open it. So in this example, we have Bob who wants to send a message to Alice, but he wants to make sure that only Alice can open that message and decrypt it and no one else in the world would be able to. To accomplish that, Bob's going to go out and get Alice's public key, which is publicly available. He's going to encrypt the message with Alice's public key and then send the message to Alice. Well, if Alice's public key did the encryption, that means only Alice's private key can do the decryption. And since no one on Earth other than Alice has access to Alice's private key, that means no one can open or decrypt the message other than Alice, which gives us confidence in the confidentiality and the secrecy of that transmitted data. So we've learned that symmetric.
I absolutely love encryption. I think it's so interesting. I have never really, especially asymmetric key encryption or public-private pair. I think it's so cool, but I've never really learned, like, it's kind of complicated for like normies, people not in IT or something, to not know anything about this, which is basically me. But learning about this is so cool. I want to use this way more because it's so important, and it's pretty cool how this works. I think there's definitely should be more education on things like this, and also just general security, I guess, in general, but specifically I like this kind of system. And then how this relates to like the new login or access controls to like different web apps and whatnot, moving kind of away from passwords, which are such a poor implementation of security. It's just been so poor, but we've been using it for decades. And we've also had public-private key encryption forever as well. But now we're moving to like passwordless stuff with passkeys and things like that, which that's interesting. It's not bulletproof, but it's interesting. I think this is a really interesting problem to explore, a way for there to be a much more user-friendly, secure authentication and access to online resources and web apps and whatnot. Because passwords are just terrible, and then managing a password manager and all this. Password managers make it manageable, but most people are not using password managers, which is crazy to think. I trying to get my family to use one, and they just won't. They just won't. Absolutely crazy.
Metric encryption is very fast and it's well suited to encrypting large volumes of data, but we have issues with secure key exchange. We've also learned that asymmetric is wonderful for key exchange, but it's relatively slow and it's only issues with secure key exchange. We've also learned that asymmetric is wonderful for key exchange, but it's relatively slow and it's only suited for small amounts of data. How can we take both of these things, combine them together to get the best of both worlds? Well, that's where hybrid encryption comes in. In hybrid encryption, we are using symmetric encryption to actually encrypt the data itself. But it's relative amounts of data, and it's only suited for small amounts of data. How can we take both of these things, combine them together to get the best of both worlds? Well, that's where hybrid encryption comes in. In hybrid encryption, we are using symmetric encryption to actually encrypt the data itself, and then we are using asymmetric encryption for the key exchange.
Bro, I need what's the shortcut for the mic mute? Because I need a keyboard shortcut for this for sure. It's paused everything I'm doing and figure this out because this is not working. Moving my mouse to try to click that button every time I need to mute and unmute is not working out for me. Hotkeys. Start streaming, stop streaming. Dang, I have nothing set here? Bro. Oh no, I do. Mic, here. No, here. Okay, I see. Interesting. I want to do... Ooh, push to talk. That is game changer. Let's see. What should that be? Because mute and unmute, push to talk is way better. What should that be? What should that be? What should that be? Whatever it's set to is retarded. Let me do... Nope, that won't work. Dang. It's gotta be something easy because I'm gonna use it all the time. That's also not being used by other stuff. Oh, that. Yeah, that works. Okay. Apply. Okay. Whoa, what happened? Everything just refreshed. Okay. Let's see if I... Okay, so this one is mute. Okay, but it's not unmute, so it's not toggling, which it was, or it said it was, but maybe I'm confused. Let me look back at that. What was it? Yeah, it's the same thing. That's weird. Why it's not like that. It has an asterisk by it, but that... Okay, What is going on with this? Okay. Clear? No. What is this? Add? Delete. So I can't unmute with the same button? No, now it just doesn't work. Okay, of course it doesn't work. It just worked and then it stopped working. Okay, that is awesome. Amazing. Real good. Real nice. I love it. Oh, wait. Never mind. It's because my keyboard just died. This is gonna be a game changer, bro. This push to talk. Oh, this is gonna be so good. It's not dead. What is going on? Okay, nice. Whatever. Alright, that does not want to do anything. Nice. Okay, hotkeys. Mic. Apply. Okay. Refreshed. Okay. Test. Okay, it still doesn't unmute though, but it muted. And now it stops working. Okay. It works on the first time and then it doesn't, so something is tweaking. Shortcuts don't work on this thing, bro. That's amazing. How can I... Oh. Can you... Like, it... Can it just work? Can it... You know how easy this would make everything if you can just work? Man. Okay, let's see if I change it to, like... this. Okay, now let me manually click mute and see if the push to talk works. It's just great. It's amazing that none of this will work. Alright, we're taking a detour here because we have to figure this out. OBS hotkey is not working. It's probably something to do with a. Actually, I don't know. It could be. It's not probably, but it could be a conflict with another app. I don't think it is. Input monitoring. Let's check that out. It's on. Okay, maybe there's this setting here. Settings. Advanced. Hotkeys. Hotkey focus behavior. Never disable hotkeys. That's already on. We'll hit the long break. Alright, let's start the long break as we try to figure out this weird thing. If I can get this to work, this will be so good. Please just work. This guy's doing all too much for that, but I might have to do that. See what else might be it. What is it? Only works on the first time around. Okay, hotkeys. Filter. Mic. Mic and aux. It's not even doing anything. Okay. What? Settings. Hotkeys. Filter by mic. You can't like select it or anything? Okay, that's not doing anything. Okay, whatever. It works. Okay, I'm in the hotkey thing. Okay, I'm gonna click OK. And I'm just gonna click it and it's gonna mute. It's gonna work the first time and then it's not gonna work again. No, it didn't work the first time. Wait, did I click? Yeah, it's just not working. Okay. Maybe, okay, let me check if there's conflicts. It might be a conflict with this. This is what I'm thinking it could be. I'm thinking it's this because, yeah, let's see. Well, okay, I'm not using this. So it's not a conflict. Okay, so there isn't a conflict with this. What could it be a conflict with? Is there anything? Maybe I just gotta change it to something else. Let's just try something else. It's the best way to check. Let's do, what should it be? It's okay, let's just do this for testing purposes. It's little, whoa! What did I just open up? Okay, I just opened up Little Snitch. I had no idea that was the thing. Oh, you can't do more than 3 characters? Okay, well then, let's do... No, that? Yeah, let's do that. Okay. Let's test it out. Let's see if mute works. It's only working on once. It's only working once. Why? OBS is so good when it works, but unfortunately there's so many things that just don't work about it. Let's go to audio. Let's see. Oh, here, hotkeys. Okay, this is what I gotta do. Enable push to mute the delay, enable push to talk. Enable push, okay, enabled push to talk. Nothing about muting though. Enable push to mute. No. Click OK. Okay, does that do anything? Still an issue with muting. Okay, so let me manually mute it. Okay, I don't think that was working. This is a problem. Okay, let's try. Let's try doing a scene specific thing. No, never mind, that's not even. Where even is the mic? Okay, this is mic and aux. How come that's not even a source in here? Let me switch to a different scene. Let's just do this one. Where does mic / aux come in from? Because it's not a... Is it just a default source? No, there's 2. There's mic and aux. Oh, okay, I see. Okay, for some reason I did that, so is that gonna do anything? OBS is garbage. Yeah, it's complete garbage, bro. It's complete garbage. Nothing about it works. It's so good because it's free, and there's so many features, but it's so bad because it just doesn't work. It's amazing that it can just not work like this. Just work. Mute, 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 mute it. Okay, apply and mute. It's gonna work, and then it's not gonna work. It doesn't want to unmute. Well, okay, input monitoring is already on. Oh, if I can just get pushed to talk to work, it would be so good. Okay, let's do this. Hotkeys. Turn off push to talk. Unmute will be this. Testing. Okay, something's working here. I hear that too, and that's not even me, because I'm not even touching the keyboard. I just heard it. Oh wait, that's the stream. I have the stream playing. Testing. Okay, something's working here. I hear that too, and that's not even me, because I'm not even touching the keyboard. I just heard it. Oh wait, that's the stream. Okay, so for some reason, it just, my mic and aux just switched to aux mic 2 for some random reason. No idea why, but at least now it's working. Testing. Oh, I see. I can do this. Okay, something's working here. Hold on, I see what's going on. I hear that too, and that's not even me, because I'm not even touching the keyboard. I just heard it. Oh wait, that's the stream. Okay, so for some reason, it just, my mic. Okay, let me turn that off. Okay, that's still going. You're retarded, dude. Let's test. It still works to mute. It doesn't work to unmute. It's absolutely retarded. It can't for the life of me just work. Hotkeys are just a no-go on this. That's just, I have to accept it. It's not gonna work. Yeah, push to talk and all of this stuff is not gonna work. This app is very buggy, but at least it's some of it is working. Hold on, let's check out this thing. Advanced. That would be good. Women would be a lot attracted to this kind of stuff. It would be good if they were to watch this kind of content because they would be able to find more mates. Let's see. Let's check this 1 second. Okay, well, at least I got it back to source 1 for the mic. You don't need to start streaming. You need to be, you're a watcher. You're not a streamer. You're a watcher. That's what you are. There's already people building app lives. I was watching that one guy. What was it? Learning code. Learning to code. Learning to code. What was it? Python? Learning to code Python. Where is this guy? That was live streaming. Show me live. Show me live. This. Well, this guy's learning to code.
Table row element adds rows to a table. To add data to a row, you can use the table data element. Table headings clarify the meaning of data. Headings are added to the th element. Table headings. Table data can span columns using the call span attribute. Table data can span rows using the row span attribute. Tables can be split into three main sections: a head, a body, and a footer.
Yeah, we both got the triple screen layout.
Oh, I was gonna say Thed.
He's reading the comment.
I'm streaming, watching you stream. Well, welcome to the stream. Thank you for joining, and hello to your stream as well. Okay.
Who is this guy?
I was about to say Thed. A table's head is created with the table head element. A table's body is created with the table body element. A table's footer is created with the table footer element. This is good. Welcome, David Jeffers. Thank you for joining. It's good stuff. Yeah, I mean, it's a pretty cool app, you know? I've been learning a lot, and I'm just at the very beginning. All the CSS properties you learn about in this course can be applied to tables and their data. Congratulations on completing HTML tables. Yeah, we did it. All right. Take some time to experiment with your new knowledge of tables and index HTML. When you're done, proceed to
Code Academy. Oh, he's on Code Academy.
Okay, so everything's here. Everything's looking good. All right. Now to the test. Keep it up, brother. Thank you so much, David. I appreciate that. I definitely will keep it up. Look at that. We leveled up. Level 13. Let's try to get to let's try to get to
what a good guy.
First place.
Just a good, nice guy altogether, all around, good guy. All right. Look at all these people learning to code. What is this? Pokemon? This guy's learning to code too.
Isso é um trabalho. Daqui a pouco o pessoal vai achar que a gente tá no centro espírita aqui. A gente tem umas entidades, a gente faz uns trabalhos. Qual é o trabalho? Eu não.
What is this? This is new. What is this? Oh, new tab group. Oh, interesting. Wait, study with me? I'm the one studying. What is this?
Qualquer uma delas vai ser complicado.
Subscriber only mode? You got one watching. What are you talking about?
Complicado que vai te garantir um emprego depois. Boas-vindos ao chat. De qualquer forma, não é pra ser fácil. Mas se você tiver alguma...
be uploaded. For the data ingestion that I just showed, we're only indexing when we run the script.
What is this percent on vertical screen?
Maybe it's still giving you equal to 1 or something like that. You can now say speed, too much speed. You can show it on the dashboard or something like that. That's the application that's a simple application I can think of. But then we use modulo. It's called modulo. You call it percentage, but we call it what? Modulo. So let's add it to this guy.
I think I'm the best. I'm the best low view streamer, low view study streamer, because these people are just not doing it right.
Oh, American dollars. Let's fly here. Let's see. Oh my. Oh.
Kahoot live stream? What is this?
Nah,
I'm not doing that. I'm not doing that. Alright, whatever. I'm not gonna get these shortcuts. That sucks so much that I can't get hotkey shortcuts. So gay. Just don't want to work.
Let me walk you through this process. So Alice wants to create a document that's fairly large, wants to using hybrid encryption comes in. For small, in hybrid encryption, we are using symmetric encryption to actually encrypt the data itself, and then we are using asymmetric encryption for the key exchange. Let me walk you through this process. So Alice wants to create a document that's fairly large.
Uses symmetric encryption.
Wants to encrypt, use hybrid encryption comes in for small amounts of key exchange. Learn that symmetric encryption is wonderful for best of both worlds. And then we are using asymmetric comes in. In hybrid
uses symmetric encryption to encrypt the data and
encryption. We are using symmetric.
Whoa. Oh, I figured something out. Okay, so the hotkey that I had selected for OBS is conflicting with this, with the video player mute button. I have to do like something totally else. Let me try something like, what should it even be? Let's try I. Hotkeys. Mute is going to be this. And this. Push to talk is going to be this. No. Why can't I have it? Push to talk, push to talk. This? Let's try that. It's not gonna unmute. I'm still not gonna mute. Nah, it's just not gonna work, whatever it is.
Data itself, and then we are using asymmetric encryption for the key exchange. Let me walk you through this process. So Alice wants to create a document that's fairly large, wants to encrypt it and send it to Bob. That data is too large to be encrypted with asymmetric encryption. So Alice creates a symmetric key and encrypts the data with that symmetric key, creating ciphertext. That can be sent to Bob, but Bob cannot open it yet without the symmetric key. The next step is Alice takes the symmetric key that she used to do the encryption, she puts it in an envelope, and then she goes out and gets Bob's public key and encrypts the envelope that contains the symmetric key. She can then send that securely to Bob, and since the envelope with the symmetric key was encrypted with Bob's public key, the only key in the world that could decrypt it would be Bob's private key. And since only Bob has access to that private key, that means only Bob can decrypt the envelope with the symmetric key. And once he does so, he can use that symmetric key in order to decrypt the message and put it back to a readable plain text format.
Am I really? Let me see if I can increase. Gotta increase the gain. on the mic to like, let me increase it by 5. The audio is already decreased by like 10 decibels.
Next, let's look at a couple common uses for
Oh yeah, it is loud. Why is it so loud? I can see that.
encryption when it comes to data in transit. The first one is for securing web pages.
Let me do it to like -15.
I'm sure on a daily basis you all go to sites, either banking sites,
Testing.
shopping sites, credit card sites.
Okay, now let me look at my audio levels. It kind of, yeah, okay. I think audio is a little bit better. A little bit maybe too high.
And you've seen the HTTPS for secure, you've seen the padlock, and that is how we secure data between your web browser and the server. Everything sent between these two is encrypted, and therefore the confidentiality and the secrecy of that data in transit is secured. SSL TLS is the specific type of encryption used for secure web page text encryption. She puts it in an envelope.
All right, so I will be doing. Wait, no. Where is okay? So use symmetric key encryption to encrypt the data and asymmetric encryption for the key exchange, which is encrypt the symmetric key use the symmetric key or encrypt the symmetric key with the public key. I bumped up my audio. It's hitting like the yellow, which is a little bit loud.
And then she goes out and gets Bob's public key, and
the audio is barely hitting yellow, so it's kind of even now. My voice is actually showing really loud, almost hitting red.
encrypts the envelope that contains the symmetric key.
Also, it could be that my speakers. This is loud, so maybe I should increase my speakers volume. Maybe that will level it out a little bit.
Can then send that securely to Bob, and since the envelope with the symmetric key was encrypted with Bob's public key, the only key in the world that could decrypt it would be Bob's
this doesn't
private
even
key. And since only Bob has access to that private key,
this sound doesn't
that
even
means only
control
Bob
anything in
can
OBS.
decrypt the
I thought this would actually decrease the sound. Okay, it doesn't. I had no idea. Okay, that is good to know.
the envelope with the symmetric key.
Whoa, the mic is loud now.
And once he does so, he can use that symmetric key in order to decrypt the message and put it back to a readable plain text format. Next, let's look at a couple common uses for encryption when it comes to data in transit. The first one is for securing web pages. I'm sure on a daily basis you all go to sites, either banking sites, shopping sites, credit card sites, and you've seen the HTTPS for secure, you've seen the padlock, and that is how we secure data between your web transit. The first one is for securing web pages. I'm sure on a daily basis you all go to sites, either banking sites, shopping sites, credit card sites, and you've seen the HTTP browser and the server. HTTPS for secure. Everything sent between these two is encrypted, and therefore the confident. is secure. SSL TLS is the specific type of encryption used for secure web pages. You've seen the padlock, and that is how we secure data between your web.
Okay, so let me manually mute it.
Securely to Bob, and since the envelope with the symmetric key was encrypted with Bob's public key, the only key in the world that could decrypt it would be Bob's
this doesn't
private
even...
key. And since only Bob has access to...
Sounds pretty good to me. I don't know what you're talking about.
SSL stands...
Whoa!
for Secure Sockets Layer, and TLS stands for Transport Layer Security. You will often see them written like this, but SSL is an outdated protocol that's no longer in use, and all modern web servers that use security use TLS. Next, we have VPN tunnels. A VPN, also known as
If Bob wants to digitally sign a message before sending it to Sally to prove that it could only have come from him, which asymmetric encryption key would Bob use? His private key. If Bob wants to secure data transmission to Sally to ensure that only Sally can read the message contents, which asymmetric encryption key would Bob use? Wait, he wants to secure data transmission so that no one else can see it. So he would use Sally's public key. Using Sally's public key, he can encrypt it, and it could only be decrypted by her private key. So the previous one is, if he wants to prove that it's from him, then he would encrypt it with his private key, because the only thing that could decrypt it is his public key. And that's not meant for confidentiality, that's just meant to ensure that it's actually coming from him, authenticity and integrity. Because you would look for some sort of key authority that would ensure that the public key matches the private key, or that the public key matches him, that his identity. Yeah, okay, so that works.
Is a virtual private key, the specific type of encryption used for secure web pages. SSL stands for Secure Sockets Layer. SSL card in the private key. And first one is for securing web pages. I'm sure on a daily basis you can do the encryption. She puts it in an envelope, and since the envelope with the symmetric key was encrypted with Bob's public key, the only key in the world that could decrypt it would be Bob's private key. And since only Bob has access to that private key, that means only Bob can decrypt the envelope with the symmetric key. And once he does so, he can use that symmetric key in order to decrypt the message and put it back to a readable plain text format. Next, let's look at a couple common uses for encryption when it comes to data in transit. The first one is for securing web pages. I'm sure on a daily basis you all go to sites, either banking sites, shopping sites, credit card sites, and you've seen the HTTPS for secure, you've seen the padlock, and that is how we secure data between your web browser and the server. Everything sent between these two is encrypted, and therefore the confidentiality and the secrecy of that data in transit is secured. SSL TLS is the specific type of encryption used for secure web pages. SSL stands for Secure Sockets Layer, and TLS stands for Transport Layer Security. You will often see them written like this, but SSL is an outdated protocol that's no longer in use, and all modern web servers that use security use TLS. Next, we have VPN tunnels. A VPN, also known as a virtual private network, is essentially a connection between 2 points, maybe someone working at home accessing company resources, or a satellite office communicating with the headquarters. But this is a encrypted link where all traffic between the 2 sites is encrypted with something called IPsec. This allows all data between these 2 sites to be transmitted securely. Therefore, confidentiality and privacy of the data is maintained. There are many different encryption algorithms, also known as ciphers, available for encrypting and decrypting data. But the most common one used in IT today is AES. This is a very fast, symmetric encryption algorithm that is used for most purposes in today's IT security. AESEC. This allows all data between these 2 sites to be transmitted securely, therefore...
No.
Welcome to Securing a Network.
Hey, go back.
Welcome to Securing a Network, with this video focusing specifically on encryption. Let's begin by exploring the 3 states of headquarters, but this is a encrypted link where all traffic between the 2 sites is encrypted with IPsec. This allows all data between these 2 sites transmitted securely, therefore confidentiality and privacy of the data is maintained. There are many different encryption algorithms, also known as ciphers, available for encrypting and decrypting data. But the most common one used in IT today is AES. This is a very fast, symmetric encryption algorithm that is used for most purposes in today's IT security.
That's barely even an explanation, and it doesn't even touch on this one. I think that's asymmetric encryption, though.
Welcome to Securing a Network, focusing on device hardware. In this video, we're going to focus on 2 concepts, and that is defense in depth and network hardening. Let's begin with defense in depth. The concept of defense in depth is relatively simple. We want to implement multiple layers of various types of security to make it as difficult as possible for an attacker to get access to our IT assets. Let's imagine a scenario where we have a single layer of defense, let's say a perimeter firewall, between the attacker and a valuable IT asset. If that attacker is able to circumvent and break through that one firewall, all of a sudden they have access to our valuable IT asset. That is not an ideal situation. We want there to be multiple layers of defense so that even if they make it through that first layer, there's multiple more layers in place that they need to get through before they actually get to anything of value. This image depicts a good example of defense in depth. At the data level, we are implementing security in the form of encryption. At the application level, which is needed to get to the data, we're using rule-based access control, auditing, and monitoring. Next, we're doing endpoint security. Think of endpoints as the individual devices that you would utilize to interact with an application and data. Things like laptops, desktops, mobile phones, and tablets. There are various security mechanisms that we can implement to protect the endpoint devices. Things like authentication, making sure that only authorized users are able to log into the device. Protecting the device against malicious software by installing antivirus, anti-malware. Controlling access to the device by installing a host-based firewall or a host-based intrusion detection system or intrusion prevention system. Next, we have network security and perimeter security. Network security is referring to our private local area network and how we control access to resources within that private network. Next, we have the perimeter security. This is how we protect our internal private network from the outside world. We can implement things like perimeter firewalls, intrusion detection systems, and intrusion prevention systems. Thus far, all of the layers we've discussed have implemented some type of a technological security control, but it's just as important to protect the physical security as well. We need to prevent unauthorized users from getting hands-on access to our IT resources. And lastly, we have the administrative safeguards or controls. These are things like the security policies, procedures, and how we are training our end users. These policies and procedures are essential to IT and network security because they outline our goals. What are we trying to protect? How are we going to implement that protection? It's the overall plan for our network security. Now that we understand the concept of defense in depth, let's move on to the second concept for this video, which is device hardening. The concept of device hardening is fairly simple. We want to make every device on our network as secure as possible and as difficult to break into as possible. There's many things that we can do to make that happen. We're going to cover each one of them one at a time, starting from the very top and working our way clockwise around the circle. First, we need to change all default passwords. Most devices come out of the box with multiple default passwords enabled. These passwords are incredibly easy to guess and they're easily searchable online. If we do not change those default passwords, we are leaving our device vulnerable to someone logging in with administrative control and changing the configuration. We certainly don't want that to happen. So make sure that you change every default password to one that is unique and difficult to guess. Next, we want to remove any unnecessary logins. We want to maintain tight control of what logins exist on any given device and disable or remove any of them that are not needed. For example, many devices will come with a guest account built in. We either want to disable that or completely remove it. We also want to monitor who in the IT department should have access. If somebody is no longer with the organization or they've been transferred to a different department and they no longer need access to that device as part of their job function, we need to either disable that account or better yet, remove that account. Next, we want to enforce a strong password policy. To have strong passwords, we want to meet multiple criteria. First, an appropriate length. All passwords should be a minimum of 8 characters long, although 10 or more characters may be appropriate in more secure environments. Next, passwords should meet a minimum level of complexity. There are 4 character types possible in a password: uppercase, lowercase, numbers, and symbols. A good password would have at least 3 of those 4 character types. We want to make sure that the password does not contain any easily guessable dictionary words. We also want to make sure that users are changing that password on a regular basis. The longer a password is being used, the more likely someone other than that one user has learned that password. Whether it's every 60, 90, or 120 days, depending on company security policy, that password should be changed. Lastly, we want to train our users for password best practices, which means they should not be writing those passwords down and putting them on Post-it notes on their monitor or on their desk. They certainly should not be telling others what those passwords are. And as those users create those passwords, we want to encourage them to make them as complex and as hard to guess as is possible, but still easy to remember. Next, we want to remove any unnecessary services. Services can have vulnerabilities and exploits that an attacker can take advantage of. By removing any unnecessary or unused services from our devices, we are reducing our attack surface by having fewer things the attackers can exploit. Next, we want to keep patches, also known as software updates, up to date. Anytime that software is created, whether it is firmware for a network appliance, an operating system for a computer or mobile device, a driver, or an individual application, no software is created perfect. They all have flaws and vulnerabilities that can be exploited for an attacker to circumvent our security. As the software companies identify these vulnerabilities, they are updating the software and creating patches, sometimes known as fixes, to close the vulnerabilities and to make the software more secure. We as IT professionals want to make sure that we're updating that firmware, operating systems, drivers, and applications regularly to take advantage of those fixes and make our devices as secure as possible. Next, we need to limit physical access to the devices themselves. Too often, we focus too much on implementing only technological security controls, things like firewalls, and intrusion prevention and detection, authentication, authorization. And whereas every one of those technical controls are fantastic, if a person can gain physical access to the devices, every one of those technical controls can be circumvented and broken. We need to be implementing strong physical security, putting physical barriers like locked doors between any potential attacker and our networking devices. Next, we only want to allow changes from a trusted network. As we're implementing a network appliance, for example, we can often choose on which network interfaces will it listen for and accept administrative logins. We want to make sure that those administrative logins are only happening from our private internal network and never being allowed from the public untrusted network. Even within our private network, maybe we don't use implementing strong physical security, putting physical barriers like locked doors between any potential attacker and our networking devices. Next, we only want to allow changes from a trusted network. As we're implementing a network appliance, for example, we can often choose on which network interfaces will it listen for and accept administrative logins. We want to make sure that those administrative logins are only happening from our private internal network and never being allowed from the public untrusted network. Even within our private network, maybe we don't want to allow it from anywhere. If our network is segregated and we have a IT management network, we want to isolate those changes from being allowed from only that management network. Next, we want to require encryption for all of our wireless networks. Remember, when you take a wireless device out of the box and you plug it in, the Wi-Fi connectivity does work immediately, but it's in an unencrypted, unsecured format. Every packet going across the airwaves is easily capturable and easily readable. We want to secure that by requiring either WPA2 or better yet, WPA3 encryption on our wireless networks. Therefore, if someone does intercept that traffic, it's in an unreadable, secure format. Next, we want to make sure that we are auditing access to our devices.
This guy pronounces the prefix un like on. Instead of saying unreadable, he says unreadable. I've noticed that with like everything. Every time he says that.
By enabling auditing, we can log who logged in, when they logged in, and what they did while they were logged in. This is important for two reasons. One is if an attack should happen to occur, we can go back and look at that audit log and figure out exactly who did log in, when, and what they did. Also, even if the attacker was not successful in gaining access, reviewing those audit logs is still useful, because if we see a large number of failed login attempts, that alerts us that somebody was attempting to gain unauthorized access. Lastly, we want to be doing data backups. It is important that we are always able to recover from an incident or a disaster and bring our systems and our data back to a stable, usable format as quickly as possible. And having data backups that we can recover from is a huge component of making that a possibility. We've covered a good number of methods of hardening our devices and improving our security, but this is by no means an all-inclusive list. Every device is unique. Every device has different configuration options that could improve security. Always make sure that you are looking up the manufacturer's best practices and reading through the documentation to see what configurations can be made on any individual device to make it as secure as possible. Welcome to Securing a Network, with this video focusing specifically on mitigation of cyber attacks. Before an IT or security administrator can plan, deploy, and configure any IT security solution, there has to be some documentation and some guidelines written as to what we're trying to secure, what the goals are, and how we're going to go about planning and implementing our security. This is where things like policies, standards, procedures, and guidelines come into play. A policy is a formal set of principles, generally from upper management, that outlines the organization's expectations regarding security and the use of the IT systems and assets. It sets the overall direction and the do's and don'ts for handling information and IT assets and resources. It doesn't tend to be incredibly specific and detailed, but it tends to be a more high-level, general overview of goals and expectations. A standard is more specific than a policy. The policy set the goals and the expectations, whereas a standard takes that goal and expectation and starts defining what requirements for technologies and methodologies are going to be used to achieve those goals and expectations. But it does not get to the level of granular detail of step-by-step instructions. In order to implement the requirements and the methodologies outlined in the standard, a procedure is actually very much a detailed step-by-step roadmap of how we're going to implement, configure, and manage those technologies and methodologies. A good way to think about a procedure is it is the how-to guide for implementing all of the policies and the standards that we need to implement. Next, we have guidelines. Unlike a policy, a standard, and a procedure, which are mandatory to follow, a guideline is really more of advice and best practices that will guide employees as to making good security decisions in various situations. Next, we're going to explore several foundational IT security policies. We're going to look at each one at a time and identify what each policy's goals are and what its purpose is. First, we have an acceptable use policy. This policy basically outlines what is considered permissible and prohibited use of the organization's information technology resources. Think about it as being a guide to the employees as to what can they do on the IT systems and what should they not do on the IT systems. Next, we have the security awareness policy. This policy basically dictates the type of training and education about security that we're going to provide to our employees. Employees or end users are always the weakest link in any IT security system. We need to be teaching our users about good, best security practices, what they should be doing, what they shouldn't be doing, and educating them how to make good security-related decisions on a daily basis. Next, we have the asset classification policy. This policy basically involves categorizing the organization's IT assets based on how important or critical they are to the organization's function and mission. It really helps determine how different types of assets should be handled and protected according to their importance and value to the organization. It's important to remember that an organization does not have unlimited resources of time and money to treat every item in the IT security exactly the same way. We need to prioritize what gets the time and the money based on its importance to the organization's mission and function. Next, we have the asset protection policy. This policy basically establishes the methods and the measures.
I'm thinking about how David Jeffers, his account on YouTube is just David Jeffers. He's just raw dogging the internet, exposing his name, joining people's chats, and this dude's like, "Hey, David Jeffers." Bruh. I don't know how you do that stuff, bro. Something's wrong with you.
Required to both physically and digitally protect our organization's IT assets. This can cover everything from securing hardware and software to ensuring the appropriate access control permissions and protections are in place to make sure that all of our IT assets are protected appropriately. Next, we have the asset management policy. Whereas the asset protection policy dictated the methods and the measures required to both physically and digitally protect our organization's IT assets, the asset management policy includes how these assets are going to be managed and how they're going to be kept consistent within all domains within the IT infrastructure. Next, we have vulnerability assessment and management. There's a saying in IT, we cannot fix what we do not know about. And vulnerability assessment and management is all about identifying various risks within the organization, classifying them in order of importance, and being able to find solutions that will mitigate these risks and lower the likelihood of the risk occurring or lower the impact if the risk does occur to an appropriate level that the organization can accept. Next, we have threat assessment and monitoring. This policy basically outlines the process for continually monitoring the network and assessing any potential threats that are discovered. This includes identification of the potential threat, determining the risk that threat could pose to the organization, and determining ways to respond to those incidents or threats timely. Again, we cannot fix what we are not aware of. We need to be proactive in monitoring for threats, determining what threats exist, and dealing with them in a timely fashion. We're going to conclude this video with a list of possible threats and their descriptions and how we mitigate or deal with them. Now, this is not an all-inclusive list of all of the threats that exist in IT security. This is just a subset that this course needs you to know about for either the pre-assessment or the objective assessment. And keep in mind, this is a high-level overview. You do not need to drill down on each one of these and do research as to the technical nuances of how they operate or how we defend against them. If you understand what the description of the threat is in its general mitigation, that is all you need for this lesson. All of the threats on this slide are all about wireless networks. The first two, war driving and war chalking, are incredibly similar. War driving is when someone is driving around in a car and they're looking for open or unsecured wireless networks, and then they are often posting them online for others to find and come and use. The two mitigation steps that we can take for war driving is decreasing the wireless range. Essentially, we do not want our wireless signal from our home or our building emanating beyond the walls of the building. And two, we can disable the SSID broadcast and therefore hide the SSID from casual passerbys. War chalking is similar to war driving, but instead of driving, you're doing it by walking around. People are going around and finding either open Wi-Fi or poorly secured Wi-Fi, and then they're writing the SSID and the credentials in chalk on the building. We can mitigate this, first of all, by using strong encryption, either WPA2 or WPA3. That's going to be difficult for them to crack. We can also hide the SSID, and we can enable MAC filtering on our network, which will only allow approved devices to join the network and block all other devices from joining the network. WEP or WPA cracking. This is where someone is going around and they're finding Wi-Fi networks and they're using their computers to break the encryption of either WEP or WPA. By today's standard, both of these protocols are incredibly weak and easy to crack. Therefore, we mitigate it by using a much stronger wireless encryption protocol like WPA2 or WPA3. In an evil twin attack, the attacker is setting up an illegitimate access point on the network, and they're mimicking the same SSID on the illegitimate access point that is used on the legitimate access point. The goal here is to trick users into joining the wrong network, and therefore the attacker can sniff the data and capture confidential data and information. The best way to mitigate this is going to be using a wireless intrusion prevention system that's looking for wireless signals that are not associated with known and managed legitimate access points. Next, we have a rogue access point. This is a wireless access point installed on the network without the IT team's knowledge or permission. It's different than an evil twin in the fact that it does not try to mimic the same SSID as the legitimate access point for the organization, and often a rogue access point isn't installed by an attacker. It could be installed just by a general employee who wants to set up the ability to use their personal devices on the Wi-Fi network. But it does pose a threat because it is an insecured entrance into the network. We can detect and deal with these by using rogue detectors as a form of wireless intrusion prevention system, or switch port tracing, which means we are monitoring the switch ports and seeing what devices are connected to them. Next, we have a denial of service or a distributed denial of service attack. These both aim to attack a victim computer and basically oversaturate it with too much traffic in order to keep the device so busy that it eats up all of that victim device's system resources like RAM, CPU, disk utilization, as well as network bandwidth. The difference between a denial of service and a distributed denial of service is the number of computers doing the attacking. In a denial of service attack, the attacker is using a single computer to overload the victim computer with traffic, whereas in a distributed denial of service, the attacker is using many computers to bombard the victim computer and oversaturate it with traffic. Mitigation is the same for both denial of service and distributed denial of service. First, we need to monitor normal traffic patterns and create a baseline of normal activity on the network. Then we need to compare current network traffic to the baseline to see if there's any abnormalities and too much traffic existing on the network. We can also use an anti-denial of service or anti-distributed denial of service device like an intrusion detection or prevention system. Next, we have an ICMP or a ping flood. This is a denial of service attack where the attacker uses one computer to send a large volume of ICMP ping packets to a victim computer in order to overload it and try to slow it down to a crawl. The best mitigation against this is a packet filtering firewall that is blocking ICMP packets. A Smurf attack, which is a form of a distributed denial of service attack, is similar to a ping flood, where the attacker is bombarding a victim computer with a high volume of ping packets trying to slow it down. But unlike a ping flood, a Smurf attack does not use a single computer to launch the attack. Instead, the attacker is using a broadcast IP address, and it's sending the ping request to that broadcast IP address, which means it could be heard by hundreds of computers on the network, and then they're falsifying the return address to be that of the victim. Therefore, we have hundreds of computers all bombarding the victim computer with ping replies. The best ways to deal with this, again, is either blocking ICMP packets on the packet filtering firewall or disabling IP broadcasts. Next, we have a Fraggle attack. This is where the attacker sends a spoofed UDP packet to a specific broadcast address. Best way to deal with this, again, is blocking ICMP packets on the firewall or disabling IP broadcasts. In a buffer overflow attack, malicious code can be embedded in an application, and that malicious code can put more data in a memory buffer than the buffer can handle. This can often lead to the application crashing. The best way to mitigate that is to detect vulnerabilities in the application, because if a vulnerability exists, that is probably how the attacker embedded the malicious code that caused the buffer overflow in the first place. Next, in an injection attack, the attacker injects malicious data or a script in a web application. They can do this in order to take remote control of the application or to trick the backend database into providing them more information than they're supposed to have. The best way to mitigate this is through input validation, basically making sure that any information entered into a text input box is indeed the correct type of input and not some type of malicious code. That can be done either on the server side or through the web application itself. Next, we have a broken authentication attack. This is where a password is being attempted to be compromised by using some kind of a password cracking software to try many combinations of passwords until it guesses the right one. A brute force attack is going to basically try every random combination of uppercase and lowercase letters, numbers, and symbols until it eventually finds the correct password. A dictionary attack is similar, but rather than trying random combinations, it's going to use a predefined list of passwords and common password variations. The best mitigation is one of three things. First, implement multi-factor authentication. Therefore, just cracking the password alone will not gain them access to the system without having the second form of authentication. Also, implement longer and more complex passwords because they take much longer to crack than a short, simple password. Lastly, I would suggest implementing something called an account lockout policy. This means that if the wrong password is entered a specific number of times within a specific time frame, it stops the authentication process and doesn't take any more password guesses. Next, we have sensitive data exposure. This is the theft of encryption keys, or some attacker did a man-in-the-middle attack and they were able to intercept traffic and they captured clear text data and were able to read it. The best way to secure sensitive data is first, avoid storing sensitive data on insecure devices. Make sure that if you're going to store sensitive data, it's on highly secured, highly hardened devices. Second, it's always best practice to enable encryption for data in transit. That way, if any attacker does perform a man-in-the-middle attack and is able to intercept and capture that traffic, it's unusable to them without the decryption key. Also, we can disable caching. Caching is where a computer will save the data that it received inside of a memory cache, and if someone is able to access that, they might be able to see the sensitive information. If we disable caching, that no longer works. And lastly, we have attacks that are taking advantage of security misconfigurations. This could be an attack on a default user account on a computer or a device. Maybe it's a default configuration that is commonly well known that wasn't changed during deployment, or it could simply be any attacker taking advantage of any misconfiguration done by the IT admin or security staff. The best way to mitigate this first is to disable unnecessary services or features, also disable any unnecessary user accounts, and do everything that you can to harden the device or the operating system in order to make sure the configuration is configured to be as secure as possible. Everything best way to mitigate could sound usable to them in transfer that implementation by nation than the buffer can handle. This can often lead to the application crashing. In an application process form of mesh becomes common by the unnecessary as secure as possible. Well,
they didn't even cover whatever this is, blue snarping. Every section they're missing one thing. Actually, this one is missing two.
Welcome to Securing a Network, with this video focusing specifically on response to mitigation. In order for an organization to be able to identify what needs to be secured and how it needs to be secured, they need to do something called a risk analysis. By our definition, a risk is any potential thing that could happen to an asset that would cause either harm or loss of that asset. How likely is that event to occur, and what would be the impact if it did occur? Once an organization has identified these risks, they can take one of four responses to that risk. They can either avoid it, accept it, mitigate it, or transfer it. Let's look at each of these individually so that you understand the differences between them. Risk avoidance is where an organization discovers a risk and it's either not practical or cost effective to fix that issue, and therefore they resolve it by simply stop using whatever's causing the risk in the first place. For example, if there was a server on the network that was at end of life, it was causing a risk, they may shut down that server, decommission it, and simply never use it again. This is the only way to reduce a risk to absolute zero and negate the risk altogether. Risk acceptance is where an organization discovers a risk, and again, it's either not practical or cost effective to fix the issue, but the likelihood of that event happening is low, and the financial impact if it did occur is low, and sometimes it might cost more to fix the issue than if the issue actually occurred. The organization will accept the risk, do nothing to fix it, and just continue using whatever that product is and see what happens. Risk mitigation is probably the most common response to a risk. Risk mitigation is where an organization deploys some type of an IT security solution. That could be anything from implementing a firewall, an IDS, an IPS, anti-malware software. Anytime a security solution is implemented in order to reduce the likelihood of the risk occurring or the impact if the risk event did occur. Now realize mitigation is going to lower the chances or lower the impact, but it's never going to completely take it to absolute zero. It will not negate the risk. It'll just reduce the likelihood and the impact to a organization's acceptable level. Lastly, we have risk transfer. This concept is basically buying insurance so that if the risk event does occur and there's a financial impact, that impact cost is shifted to the third party, the insurance company, rather than coming out of pocket from the organization.
Five more videos left.
Welcome to Cloud and Wireless Security, with this video focusing specifically on cloud security. Let's begin by looking at data classification. This is where we look at the data that we have stored within our organization and start classifying it based on its privacy and confidentiality level. This is a key thing to do before moving any IT to the cloud, because you have to determine whether the data would be better suited living in the cloud or living in your private data center. Whereas cloud providers do an excellent job of safeguarding and protecting our data, we do lose some degree of control as we move things to someone else's infrastructure rather than our own. So we may determine that high classification levels of secrecy and privacy may be better suited in our own data center where we have more control rather than being stored in a cloud environment where we have less control. Let's look at two examples of data classification. Let's start with some general terms like public domain. Public domain is information that can be shared with the public. Things like website content, announcements, white papers. It's not sensitive or private at all, and therefore it can be freely distributed. Next, we have internal use only. This is data that is meant to be shared within an organization between employees. It may or may not contain private confidential data, but it certainly isn't meant to be seen by anyone outside of the organization. Next, we have confidential. This is data owned by the organization, things like intellectual property, customer lists, pricing info, patents, etc. These are things that are highly confidential and secret and may do harm to the company if they are disclosed to people who are not authorized to see them. And then finally, we have private data. This may be the most important and confidential data of all. This is data about people. This could be about the customers of the organization, could be about the employees of the organization, but it absolutely contains personally identifiable information that could be used for identity theft if it got into the hands of the wrong people. So private data absolutely needs to be secured to the highest level. Here we see another example of data classification, but this time it's the way that the US government and the military labels it. It doesn't matter whether you use generic labels like we saw before or military grade labels. The concept is the same. You're just simply classifying the data to determine what needs the most protection. Therefore, you can determine if it's acceptable to put it in the cloud or whether it's better suited in your own data center. And if you are going to put it in the cloud, what level of protection do you need to ensure that it has? Next, let's look at the three states of data. Data at rest is when a file is not in use and it's being stored on a hard drive somewhere. That could be on your laptop, that could be in an internal server in your own data center, or that could be on a hard drive in the cloud. Next, let's look at the three states of data. Data at rest is when a file is not in use and it's being stored on a hard drive somewhere. That could be on your laptop, that could be in an internal server in your own data center, or that could be on a hard drive in the cloud. Next, we have data in transit. That is when data is being moved between one device to another over a network. That could be over your private local area network, that could be between two virtual servers within a cloud infrastructure, or it could be moving data over the internet. Lastly, we have data in use. This is when a file is open and an end user is actively using it either to read the file or edit the file. Let's next look at data protection. We're going to go with the assumption that we're dealing with data that we've already decided after classification is acceptable to be moved to a cloud provider, and this is how we're going to protect that data in the cloud. First, we have data at rest. We want to be encrypting that data. We want to make sure that any files stored on a cloud infrastructure hard drive are encrypted so that if anyone ever gains access to that storage device, they are not able to read that data without the decryption key. Second, we have data in transit. Keep in mind that all data in the cloud is going to be accessed over the internet remotely. Therefore, we absolutely need to ensure that any data being moved from the cloud to any other device outside of the cloud over the internet is encrypted. That protects us in case someone intercepts that data. It will be useless to them in an unreadable state without the decryption key. Lastly, we have backing up the data. This simply means making a duplicate copy of the data and storing it somewhere other than the cloud provider. Too many people have the misconception that it's the cloud provider's responsibility to back up and protect our data. And in all honesty, they probably do a good job of doing that. But as an organization, we shouldn't rely on that. We need to be proactive, make a backup copy of that data, just in case in the unlikely event that that third-party cloud provider ever has a complete meltdown, that we're able to recover our data and maintain business continuity. Next is data protection tools. Just because the data lives in a third-party cloud infrastructure and not on an on-premises in-house data center, that doesn't mean that data doesn't need every bit of protection that we can give it. There are some things that we should be implementing virtually in the cloud environment in order to safeguard our data. For example, we can implement virtual firewalls. Just like a physical firewall, virtual firewalls can be configured to filter all of the traffic leaving or entering our cloud environment in order to discard and filter out any undesirable traffic or intruders. Next, we can implement a virtual intrusion prevention system. This is going to monitor all of the traffic within our cloud environment. It's going to identify any known threats or attacks. It's going to alert the cloud customer admin of the organization that a problem has occurred, and it can take automatic corrective action to block a threat or attack in real time. We also want to protect our cloud environment from malicious software, so we absolutely want to be implementing antivirus, anti-malware, as well as anti-spyware protection. Continuing with the idea of data protection, we need to make sure that only authorized people are able to access our cloud resources. We can do that through a combination of authentication and authorization. In order to confirm the identity of all people trying to access our cloud resources, we can implement a strong form of authentication utilizing multi-factor authentication. Once a user has logged into the cloud environment, the next step is to use authorization and access control to determine what resources they can access and what they can do with those resources. It's going to be best practice to implement the principle of least privilege and make sure that users only have access to the minimal amount of resources and data required for them to do their job. We also want to make sure we're implementing proper network security. Two ways to do that would be to implement virtual firewalls in order to control what gets in and out of our network, as well as implementing VPN tunnels with encryption to secure all data being transmitted over the internet between the cloud provider and the end user who is accessing that information remotely. Continuing with our concept of controlling access through authentication and authorization, this slide just shows you the key aspects of authentication. First, we have identification. That is the statement of identity. Think of that as you entering your username. You are claiming to be that individual, but you need to provide proof. That is where authentication comes in. You are providing some form of authentication factor, whether that's something you know, something you have, or something that you are, to prove that you are who you say you are. And in cloud environments, it's best to use more than one authentication factor by using multi-factor authentication. Next, we have authorization. These are the access control permissions that are assigned to resources based on the user. Remember, we need to be implementing the principle of least privilege and making sure we're only giving users access to resources and data that is minimally required for them to do their job. And lastly, we implement accounting or accountability. This is tracking or logging what users do while they're accessing the systems. What data did they access, when did they access it, and what did they do with it when they accessed it? We've discussed access control permissions, but we haven't gotten into a granular level of the different methods or models of access control that can be used to assign these permissions. Let's next go over these 5 different types of access control models to see how they differ when it comes to assigning permissions to the end users. First, we have discretionary access control. In this method of assigning permissions, the owner of the resource determines the permissions assigned and to whom. In most systems, the user account that created the resource, meaning created the file or created the folder, is the owner of that resource. Therefore, this would allow the end user owners of that resource to assign and determine permissions. Next, we have role-based access control. This is a more centralized means of controlling permissions. This is where the IT or security administrator assigns permissions to different user accounts based on their role or their job function within the organization. When we use the principle of least privilege to only grant users the minimal amount of access required to do their job, role-based access control is generally how we are implementing that. Next, we have rule-based access control. This is where access is either allowed or denied based on fixed rules with absolutely no exceptions. A firewall is a great example of a device that uses rule-based access control. Generally speaking, in rule-based access control, the fixed rules are based on whether specific conditions and criteria are being met. Next, we have attribute-based access control. These are things like location, time, or device. Let me give you an example. The access control system may be using the GPS on your phone or your laptop and determines if you are on site at the job or the building, it will grant you access, whereas if you are off-site, it will deny you access. Same thing based on time. The system may be designed where you only are allowed access between 7 a.m. and 5 p.m. If you are logging in within that time frame, the system will grant you access. If you try logging in outside of that window of time, it will deny you access. Same thing's true of the device. Maybe you're only allowed to access the resources if you're on a company-owned phone or laptop, but denied access if you're on any other device. And finally, we have context-based access control. This is where the allow or deny is based on the context or the state of the transaction. Basically, it evaluates the situation or the environment in which the access request is being made. A simple way of looking at this is it takes one packet that's coming in and it compares it to other packets or groups of packets and determines if they are in the same context or not. There are three main service models when it comes it to other packets or groups of packets and determines if they are in the same context or not. There are three main service models when it comes to cloud computing, and those are infrastructure as a service, platform as a service, and software as a service. The distinction between them is how much of the IT function and responsibility are we outsourcing to the third-party cloud provider versus how much do we, as the cloud customer, maintain responsibility for. That division of responsibility not only applies to who is installing, configuring, and maintaining that part of the infrastructure, but it also pertains to who is securing that part of the infrastructure. For example, in infrastructure as a service, we are primarily outsourcing the physical aspects of the network. The cloud provider is purchasing all of the data center hardware, they're hooking it all up, they're installing it, they're configuring it, they're managing it, they're upgrading it, but they are also responsible for the physical security of that equipment. Whereas we, as the cloud customer, are responsible for implementing, configuring, managing, and securing the logical side of the network. Therefore, we would be responsible for securing the operating systems and the networking and the services, the applications, and the data. As we outsource more and more to the cloud provider with the different types of cloud service models, the shift of not only implementation and management, but also the shift of responsibility of security goes more to the cloud and less to us as the customer. Welcome to Cloud and Wireless Security, with this video focusing specifically on wireless security. In modern IT networking, wireless networks are everywhere. In people's homes, people's businesses, coffee shops, it's hard to imagine going anywhere and not being able to find a wireless or Wi-Fi network. These provide a great deal of mobility and give people the freedom to do personal activities or work from anywhere at any time on any device. But they need to be implemented and secured properly to make sure that people's personal and work confidential data are kept secure. Let's begin by looking at the two modes of wireless networks, and those are infrastructure mode and ad hoc mode. Whether you realize it or not, when you think of a wireless network, you're probably almost always thinking of infrastructure mode. That is because 99% of wireless networks are done with infrastructure mode. By definition, infrastructure mode simply means that there is a center or central wireless device in the network. That could be an all-in-one wireless router like you have in your home, or that could be a dedicated single-purpose wireless access point like you would find in a business organization. In an infrastructure mode wireless network, the wireless in devices, the laptops, the cell phones, and the tablets, do not actually communicate directly with each other. Instead, each device communicates with the central wireless router or access point, and then that central wireless device relays the message to the intended recipient. The other type of wireless mode is an ad hoc mode. In an ad hoc mode wireless network, there is no central wireless device. There is no central wireless device in the network. That could be an all-in-one wireless router like you have in your home, or that could be a dedicated single-purpose wireless access point like you would find in a business organization. In an infrastructure mode wireless network, the wireless in devices, the laptop, laptops, the cell phones, and the tablets do not actually communicate directly with each other. Instead, each device communicates with the central wireless tops, like you cell phones and the tablets, and then that central mode wireless network. There is no central wireless device. There is no central wireless router, no central wireless access point. Instead, this tends to be a device-to-device temporary wireless network that is often set up for short-term transmission of a file from one device to another. Let's next take a look at the various types of wireless security that we can implement. Before we go through these 4 types of security, we need to understand that look at a temporary wireless network that is often set up for short-term transmission of a file from one device to another. Let's next take a look at the various types of wireless security that we can implement. Before we go through these 4 types of security, we need to understand that wireless is inherently insecure directly out of the box. By that I mean, if you go out and you buy a new wireless router or wireless access point, you take it out of the box and you implement it on your network. Unless you actively set up wireless encryption, by default, everything goes across the airwaves unencrypted in a clear text, easily readable format. That means anyone within signal range of your wireless device can easily capture all of the packets floating through the air between the end devices and the central wireless device and be able to read them. We need to make sure that we implement security so that if anyone does capture the traffic floating through the air, it's in an encrypted state and therefore useless and unreadable to them unless they have the decryption key. You're going to need to know the 4 types of wireless security that have been used over the years, and those include WEP, WPA, WPA2, and WPA3. For the pre-assessment and the objective assessment, make sure you know them in order of weakest to strongest. You may get asked a question like, which type of wireless encryption is the weakest? That would be WEP. Which type is the strongest? That would be WPA3. You might be asked to order these in weakest to strongest, so make sure that you know these in the correct order. By today's standards, both WEP and WPA are considered weak, very easily breakable, and should never be implemented on a modern wireless network. The only 2 encryption standards that you should utilize would either be WPA2 or WPA3. These are both very good, strong encryption for wireless networks, whereas WPA3 may be the newest, the strongest, and the best. It is not supported on all Wi-Fi devices. Only the most recent Wi-Fi 6 devices support WPA3. That means any device older than about 2021 probably does not support WPA3, and therefore you'd have to use WPA2. This course is not going to require you to understand the technical nuance differences of why WPA3 is stronger than WPA2, but I think it would benefit you to at least know the benefits that WPA3 does provide that makes it stronger. First, it uses a stronger encryption. WPA3 is stronger and harder to break than any previous type of wireless encryption. One key reason that WPA3 is the strongest type of encryption is every single device that connects to the wireless network uses a unique encryption key. With WPA2 and before, all the devices on the network all shared and used the same pre-shared key, meaning that every device communicated using exactly the same encryption key. With WPA3, as each device joins the Wi-Fi network, the individual end device, like your tablet or phone, and the Wi-Fi central device, the access point or the router, negotiate a one-time unique encryption key. This is beneficial because in the unlikely event that an attacker could compromise a encryption key, it would only affect a single device and it would not be valid on any other device except for that one. Another reason that WPA3 is stronger security than WPA2 is it has advanced defenses against password guessing. WPA2, whereas it was very strong, it was possible, given enough time and effort, to brute force break the encryption. WPA3 is resilient to that because it basically does not allow repeated or automated password guessing or brute force attacks. One of the best enhancements of WPA3 over WPA2 is the ability to protect open Wi-Fi hotspots with encryption without requiring a password. That means in the near future, once all devices support WPA3, a person will be able to walk into a coffee shop or an airport, and their device is going to automatically negotiate an encryption key with the Wi-Fi router or access point and enable encryption without the end user having to do anything. This will allow individuals to use public Wi-Fi hotspots with confidence that their data is secure. The last benefit of WPA3 that I want to mention is it provides for a simplified secure setup for devices without displays. There is something called the IoT, or the Internet of Things. Many of these smart devices do not have a display, and WPA3 will greatly simplify being able to secure those devices. Let's next look at what device hardening techniques you need to deploy when implementing a Wi-Fi device. Remember, device hardening is where you increase the security of a device by changing its configuration. First, you always want to change the default SSID, which is also known as the wireless name, from the default to something that is easily identifiable so the users can join the correct network. Second, you always want to change the built-in default user credentials for the admin account to something that is unique and difficult to guess. Next, you absolutely want to update the device firmware before deploying the wireless access access point or router. These device firmware updates contain many security updates. We always want to be implementing wireless encryption on most networks. That means we want to implement either WPA2 or WPA3, depending on how new the devices are in our environment. As we're deploying the new wireless device, we want to be mindful of where we place the device in the building, the antenna types that we use, and how strong the signal strength is from those antennas. Whereas we want to ensure that our wireless signal covers the entire building so that all users are able to utilize the Wi-Fi network without dead spots, we absolutely want to avoid our Wi-Fi signal emanating past the walls of our building to the outside world. And lastly, in a larger corporate environment, we may want to utilize a central authentication server versus a pre-shared key, meaning that the authentication doesn't happen locally on the access point or the router, but it forwards it to a centralized authentication server for centralized management. For the remainder of the video, let's look at several wireless attacks that you need to understand what's happening and what the attacker is trying to accomplish. The first attack type is called a deauthentication attack, or a DAuth attack. The attacker is trying to get one or more legitimate wireless clients kicked off of the wireless network. And it's doing that by sending what's called a deauthentication frame to the wireless access point. A deauthentication frame is basically a message sent to the access point or the router that says, I'm done using the network, please disconnect me. But if we look at this deauthentication packet up here, if you look at the source MAC, the attacker isn't using their own MAC address. They are spoofing the MAC address of a legitimate user. When that gets sent to the wireless access point, the access point looks at the source MAC, thinks that is the client, therefore it's the client who gets disconnected. In a DAuth attack, the attacker has one of looking the to realize the auth. For the remainder of the video, let's look at several wireless attacks that you need to understand what's happening and what the attacker is trying to accomplish. The first attack type is called a deauthentication attack, or a DAuth attack. The attacker is trying to get one or more legitimate wireless clients kicked off of the wireless network. And it's doing that by sending what's called a deauthentication frame to the wireless access point. A deauthentication frame is basically a message sent to the access point or the router that says, I'm done using the network, please disconnect me. But if we look at this deauthentication packet up here, if you look at the source MAC, the attacker isn't using their own MAC address. They are spoofing the MAC address of a legitimate user. When that gets sent to the wireless access point, the access point looks at the source MAC, thinks that is the client, therefore it's the client who gets disconnected. In a DAuth attack, the attacker has one of two primary goals for getting someone kicked off of the network. First is a denial of service attack. If they can get one or many people kicked off of the access point, that denies the legitimate user the ability to use the access point, therefore causing a denial of service. A second reason that they may be doing this is in preparation for the next type of attack we're going to look at, which is tricking them into joining a fake or a rogue access point. We can mitigate this type of an attack by using WPA3 encryption. Unlike prior versions of wireless security, WPA3 encrypts the management packets, which prevents the deauthentication attack from working. The second type of wireless attack is a fake or a rogue access point. This is where an attacker goes somewhere like a coffee shop or an airport that has an open, free Wi-Fi hotspot, and they set up what's known as a rogue access point. By definition, a rogue access point is any wireless
All right, dinner time. Be back in a little bit.
You guys could change.
No good is no good. I watched that, it's like I don't even know how to respond to that. There's that they have no idea what the Constitution is. It's just the most retarded. I could not even make it up. If I was trying to come up with a retarded answer to that question, I would not even be able to come up with something as stupid as what they just naturally say and they fully believe. I can't. You can't. What are you supposed to do about this? This is a problem. This needs to be dealt with. Unreal. Ungrateful. Retarded. Gay. It's all of that. Yo, this is amazing. Oh man. Oh, China is screwed. China is screwed. Americans infesting the Chinese TikTok. Oh dude, they're screwed. Oh man, they're gonna get one-shotted. They're gonna get one-shotted. Oh man. This is good stuff. This is good dude, I gotta get, what is this thing called? I gotta get on Red Note, man. This is good stuff. Oh my goodness, these people are so retarded. Ah, dude, it's unreal. Dude, how? Ah, Gen Z. Gen Z is so I'm actually dumbfounded how retarded Gen Z is, bro. Oh man. How is it possible? How could we have let it get so bad? Oh man. You're way past the point of no return, dude. Holy crap. If you try to fix this problem now, it's so far gone that if you try to fix the problem now, they will literally start offing themselves. Oh man. Whew. There's no way. Oh, there's no way. Oh, that's a big problem for these people. Alright, that's enough of this. That's enough of this. Enough of this.
Access point that has been put on the network without the knowledge or the permission of the IT staff. This illegitimate access point might be called one of two things. It might be called a rogue access point, or it may be called an evil twin. The distinction is all based on what the attacker makes the SSID of this device. Let's say that we're in a coffee shop like Starbucks. The legitimate access point is named Starbucks Wi-Fi. If the attacker names this access point anything other than Starbucks Wi-Fi, it is considered a rogue access point. If the attacker mimics the name of the actual access point and names this access point Starbucks Wi-Fi, therefore the SSIDs are the same between the legitimate and the illegitimate, therefore it becomes an evil twin. The attacker's goal in this type of attack is to trick the client into joining their access point rather than the real access point. That way, as this client sends all of their data through the fake access point to the internet in an unencrypted format, the attacker can capture all of the data flowing through the access point. The attacker is hoping to capture some valuable information that they may find useful. Things like usernames and passwords, confidential data, personally identifiable information that may be able to be used for identity theft. Let me give you an example of how this would work. The client at the coffee shop was connected to the real access point. The attacker uses a deauthentication attack to get the client kicked off of the real access point. And then when the client goes to rejoin, if the illegitimate access point is acting as an evil twin and has the same SSID as the real access point, the computer is going to choose the access point with the stronger signal to join. And if the attacker puts a high-powered, high-gain antenna on the access point or is just physically closer to the client, the computer will choose to join this one. The best way to mitigate this type of an attack is for the client to use a VPN. If the client is connected to the internet through a VPN, that means all traffic is encrypted. At that point, it doesn't matter whether they go through the real access point or the fake access point. If the data is encrypted, no one can read it, even if they capture it. We have two last attacks to cover. One is the eavesdropping attack. This is where someone is within signal range of your Wi-Fi router or access point, and they're capturing all of the information and they're reading it. The best way to mitigate that is simply to use encryption like WPA2 or WPA3. That won't stop them from capturing it, but will stop them from being able to read it. And finally, we have a denial of service attack. This is where the attacker is trying to overload the network with traffic, trying to make it either slow or completely unable to use the Wi-Fi network. They may be using signal jamming to accomplish this. Now, this is not the same as a deauthentication attack. Remember, a deauth attack, they're getting one or more people kicked off of the network. In this denial of service attack, they are just flooding the network with garbage signals in order to block the traffic from working for anyone. The best way to mitigate this is by monitoring network traffic and using some tools to identify if there's any unusual signals or traffic on the network. Welcome to User Authentication and Access Control, often known as AAA. AAA stands for Authentication, Authorization, and Accounting. Authentication is who a person is. It's verifying a user's identity in order to log into an IT system. Authorization is about access controls, what a user can do and what a user can access after they log in. It determines the user's rights and permissions on the system. And then accounting is all about what a user did do and when they did it. Accounting tracks what a user did and accessed and allows us to keep a log of all of the user's activities. Many students on the pre-assessment or the objective assessment inadvertently get authentication authentication and authorization backwards. So to keep this straight, remember, authentication is about logging in and proving identity. And think about authorization is what is a user authorized to do after they log in. As part of the authentication process, a user needs to verify their identity, and they can do that using one of multiple authentication factors. The three most common are something you know, something you have, and something that you are. Let's look at each of these individually. A knowledge factor, or something that you know, is something like a password, a PIN number, the answer to a security question. A possession factor, something that you have, is some tangible object that you have in your possession. That could be a hardware token like a USB device. It could be an RFID smart card. It's often your cell phone. If you think about when you set up a new account for something, they often ask for a valid cell phone number or an email address. So therefore, during the authentication process, they can send a challenge code to that email or to that text messaging number. And if you're able to feed back to them the challenge code that they sent you, it does help verify that you are who you say you are, because only the owner of that account should have that device. Next, we have an inheritance factor, something that you are. These are also known as biometrics. This is some physical characteristic that is being compared to a pre-taken map of a physical characteristic. Things like a fingerprint scan, a facial recognition scan, or even a retina scan. Whereas these three factors are by far the most common authentication factors, there are a few more that are also used. For example, somewhere that you are, or location. This is where they're verifying your GPS location from a device, maybe your smartphone or your laptop, and they're providing you access if you're within a certain location, let's say within the office or the building, and they're denying you access if you're not in that specific location. And lastly, we have something that you do. This is an action that a user performs. These are things that are unique to an individual, maybe the way someone types, the way they move their mouse, the way they draw a shape or a pattern on screen. Any one factor that's used for authentication can prove identity, but any one factor can also be compromised, which is why we often use multi-factor authentication. It doesn't matter which two of the 5 factors are being used, but by using more than one factor in combination, it strengthens the authentication process and it helps verify the user is who they say they are. Probably the most common combination used today is something that you know, like a username and a password, along with something that you have, your cell phone. On a weekly basis, if not a daily basis, many of us go to log into a site, we type in our username and our passwords, and then immediately we get a challenge code sent to either our text message or our email that we need to type in as a second authentication factor to prove identity. This really is a much stronger way of using authentication and proving identity than any one factor alone. Authentication should be used in order to prove identity, in order to access any IT resource. Things like accessing the local area network wired network, maybe the wireless network, absolutely the systems, the servers, or the applications. We often have remote workers who are using a VPN from home in order to access company resources. They absolutely need to be authenticated, and many organizations are moving much of their IT infrastructure to the cloud, and again, that is being accessed by people remotely, and that's another example of when we need to use strong authentication to make sure that only authorized people are being able to access our IT resources. Next, let's look at local authentication versus centralized authentication. In local authentication, you are basically logging into and authenticating directly to the device you're trying to access. A great example of that would be your personal laptop. When you enter your username and password into your personal laptop, those login credentials are being compared to the usernames and passwords that are stored directly on your laptop. And either your laptop's going to allow or deny the access based on the comparison. In a centralized authentication method, the username and password that you're entering into an individual device is no longer compared to usernames and passwords on that individual device. Instead, those login credentials are being passed to a centralized authentication server, which is going to make the determination whether or not access should be granted. A great example of this would be a domain network. Let's say that you're at work and you're typing in your username and password onto your desktop computer. As you're entering that username and password, those credentials are being passed to a Active Directory authentication server. They're being compared to a centralized list of usernames and passwords, and then the authentication server will determine whether access is granted or denied, and then it will report back to the individual desktop that you tried logging into, and they'll either grant you access or deny you access. In a larger environment with a high volume of computers, it is much more efficient and practical to maintain a single set of usernames and passwords on a centralized authentication server rather than trying to manage individual login access on 100 or more individual computers. Let's conclude this video by reviewing some additional authentication concepts. The first of which is the principle of least privilege. This simply states that we want to limit access and permissions to users to the minimum amount they need to do their job. Next, we have separation of duties. This is dividing any critical task among more than one person. For example, think about an accounting department. If one person was able to approve payments as well as sign checks, that one person could commit fraud and steal money from the company. By requiring at least 2 people to perform that action, one to approve the payment, another one to sign the check, that helps reduce the likelihood of fraud. Next, we have conflict of interest. Again, this is similar to separation of duties, where we want to divide responsibilities among multiple people to avoid any conflicts that may occur. This encourages the 2 or more different individuals to have to work together in compromise in order to meet a solution that meets all of the objectives. Next, we have individual user accounts. I cannot stress enough the importance of every single user having a unique username and password that only they use and they do not share with others. This helps create accountability for people's actions. If people have individual user accounts, the accounting part of the AAA can keep track of what that user did and when they did it. The issue with having a shared account that multiple users access is there's absolutely no accountability. We have no idea in a shared account scenario which individual did what, therefore we have no way of holding anyone accountable for their actions. Next, we have no anonymous access. We absolutely want to avoid guest accounts or anonymous logins. This goes back to the concept of individual user accounts. We absolutely want to ensure that every individual has to log in with an individual user account. 1, to restrict access to our IT resources, and 2, to keep track of what user actually did what. And finally, we have single sign-on, also known as SSO. This allows users to log in once and gain access to multiple systems without needing to authenticate to each resource individually. This makes the login process easier and more convenient for the end user. Welcome to User Authentication and Access Control Zero Trust Architecture. If you look at this image, you can see that there is a dotted line around the perimeter or the border of our internal private local area network. There was a thought process in IT security that persisted for many years that believed that all IT threats and attacks originated from the exterior of the network on the untrusted internet, and that we had to have very strong perimeter security to keep those external threats from entering our private network. Along those same lines, the mindset was that everything inside the internal private local area network, meaning users and devices, were implicitly trusted. That means they were trusted by default, and we believed that no threat or attack could originate on the internal network. Time and experience has taught us that only half of that mindset was actually accurate. Indeed, there are many external threats and attacks that do originate on the internet, and therefore we do need to have strong perimeter security in order to block those external threats from reaching the inside network. But time and experience has also taught us that it was naive to believe that everything on the internal network should be trusted by default. Many security incidents and attacks actually do originate from within the private local area network, and therefore the thought process on IT security has evolved over the years. The more up-to-date and modern mindset in IT security is something called the zero trust model. We still believe that many threats and attacks do exist on the untrusted internet, and therefore we still maintain a strong perimeter security to keep those external threats from reaching the internal network. But we now have adopted the idea of never trust, always verify. That simply means that we no longer believe that the internal users and devices should be implicitly trusted by default, but instead all traffic, all users, and all devices could be a potential threat. And therefore, all users and devices must be authenticated, verified, access control permissions checked, and all network traffic should be monitored and evaluated for potential threats. To facilitate our new never trust, always verify mindset, several changes have happened in how we approach internal IT security. For example, all users must have an individual user account. Absolutely no shared or generic logins are allowed. And even with those individual user accounts, we are more strongly enforcing authentication to prove identity through multi-factor authentication. We are implementing individual IT assets and resources rather than having shared assets and resources. Sharing can lead to inadvertent exchange of confidential information. So if everyone has their own laptop, their own phone, their own tablet, and nothing is shared between users, it helps eliminate the possibility of someone gaining access to something through someone else's account that they are not authorized to have. We've moved to a temporary session-based authentication and access control versus a persistent authentication and access control. What that simply means is every single time a user logs into a device or accesses a resource, they are authenticated and their access control permissions are checked each and every time. Just because they were trusted yesterday does not mean that they are trusted today. The key takeaway from the Zero Trust architecture model is that all users, devices, and traffic could be a potential threat. Therefore, we never want to implicitly trust anything. We always want to verify and enforce the strongest security possible in order to protect our IT assets and our confidential data. Welcome to Security Governance. The first question is, what is security governance? Security governance is a set of policies, standards, and procedures that senior leadership establishes within an organization to define the security objectives and the strategies to ensure consistent and effective security practices are implemented throughout the organization. Let's take that definition and break it down into smaller pieces in order to make it easier to understand. Let's start by acknowledging that a security governance basically is the senior leadership of an organization establishing what the business goals and the business objectives are in relation to IT security. What are we trying to protect? We're trying to protect our assets. An asset is anything of value to an organization. Some examples of assets we might be trying to protect are things like our servers, our applications, our networks, our proprietary intellectual property, and absolutely our company data. An organization cannot function without the data it needs for day-to-day operations. And that data is by and far the most valuable asset that a company has. And they need to safeguard that. Not only do they need to safeguard it against loss, meaning the data is gone, but they also need to safeguard it against exposure or a breach. Because when a company has a data breach, that can do serious damage to their reputation and their investment in the organization. Next, a security governance also defines the security policies, the standards, the procedures, and determines the technical requirements. Let's talk about each of these components individually. A policy is a high-level expectation or objective of the security we're trying to implement, but it's very much a high-level overview. There's no specifics as to how it needs to be done. That's where a standard comes in. A standard takes the goals and the expectations of the policy and starts assigning the technical requirements of how are we going to implement and meet these goals and objectives. But it does not get detailed enough to be a step-by-step implementation guide. That's where a procedure comes in. Procedures are incredibly detailed. It is the step-by-step implementation guide that determines how things are going to be installed, what the configuration needs to be, how to complete that configuration step by step, and how to monitor and manage these technologies as well. By having these consistent policies, standards, and procedures in place, we can ensure consistent and effective security throughout an organization. Without these policies, standards, and procedures, it is very likely that different departments within the organization would implement and apply security differently, and then the collective of the entire organization would not work well together from a security perspective. Next, we want to clearly define the roles and the responsibilities of individuals within the organization regarding the security measures and protocols that they are responsible for implementing and managing. This helps ensure that by knowing who is responsible for what, we can ensure that there is accountability if things are not done properly. Next, we want to do risk management. By our definition, a risk is something bad that could happen to an IT asset that would either cause harm or loss of that asset. How likely is that thing to occur, and what would be the impact if it did occur? We need to identify these risks within our organization. And for each risk that is identified, we need to evaluate how likely that event is to occur and what would be the impact from a cost perspective if that risk does occur. And then we need to find ways to mitigate these risks to reduce our exposure. Basically, we want to minimize the likelihood of a risk occurring, and we want to minimize the impact that would happen if the risk does occur. Whereas we can never completely eliminate a risk, we do want to reduce the likelihood and the impact to a level that is acceptable to the organization. Next, we have compliance. Depending on what industry an organization operates in, there are often relevant laws, regulations, and industry standards that are related to IT security that must be implemented. For example, if you work in a medical facility, you have to implement HIPAA regulations. If you work at an educational institution, you have to implement FERPA. These are both types of laws that govern the security of personally identifiable information. We need to make sure that whatever the laws, regulations, or industry standards are that apply to our organization, we must make sure we implement the security properly and that we are in absolute compliance with every aspect of that security. Next, we have monitoring and reporting. It's one thing to implement security. It's another thing to make sure that that security is actually working as designed. In monitoring and reporting, we are monitoring our network systems and our networks themselves for potential security breaches, and we're establishing mechanisms or ways for reporting and responding to these incidents. We cannot fix what we're not aware of. Monitoring and reporting is a way that we identify what's wrong with the security, what threats or attacks may be occurring on the network, and deal with them appropriately. We also need to establish something called key performance indicators to actually measure the effectiveness of our security that we have implemented, and then we need to use this information to make continual improvements. By having data to work with, we can ensure that all decisions that we make are based on factual information. Next, we have resource allocation and the purchasing of technology products and services. Within any department, we need to allocate the resources, such as the budget and our personnel, appropriately to make sure that we're implementing the projects that meet our security objectives and goals. And part of that is going to be purchasing the equipment or the security products that are required, as well as any security services that are needed to support our security objectives. A few examples of this could be purchasing things like firewalls or intrusion detection or prevention systems, proxy servers. These tend to be tangible assets that are purchased once, but we also need to purchase the services that are ongoing to support our security objectives. Things like paying for monthly antivirus, anti-spam, monitoring services, and the like. Security governance also implements the expectations when it comes to human behavior. For an example, we could establish an acceptable use policy. This would be part of the documentation that outlines the acceptable behaviors and the prohibited actions for users on the organization's IT assets. Basically, this says what people are allowed to do and are prohibited from doing on company equipment. This really helps prevent misuse of resources and promotes responsible use. We absolutely want to ensure that all activities conducted through the organization's technology are legal, ethical, and they do not compromise security. We also want to develop an employee security awareness training program. We need to teach our employees about security best practices, what they should be doing, what they shouldn't be doing on a day-by-day basis to make sure that they're helping with our security goals. Lastly, we want to establish policies and procedures for reporting security incidents. As hard as we try to prevent security problems from occurring, it is inevitable. We're going to have issues that occur, and we need to have a mechanism in place for when to report and how to report these things and what to do about them when it happens. Now that we've discussed what security governance is and what the goals of security governance are, let's look at how it's actually implemented in an organization. And it's implemented through something called a security policy. A information security policy is a document that is written by upper level management that again sets the policies, the standards, and the procedures that help protect an organization's information, technology, and resources from potential threats. A information security policy can have many sub-policies or sub-parts. A few examples include the acceptable use policy. We've already discussed that. A password policy. This might determine how strong passwords need to be created. What is a minimum length for a password? What is the complexity requirements? How often must they be changed? We can have firewall policies. Basically, what rules are we going to establish for either allowing or blocking information from entering or exiting our network? We could have a wireless policy, which dictates who is allowed to access the wireless network, as well as the security that needs to be implemented on that wireless network. We can implement education and awareness. We've already talked a little bit about that. Compliance requirements. I cannot stress enough the importance of making sure we know what laws, regulations, and standards our organization is subject to, and making sure that we're in compliance with those laws, regulations, and standards. We need to have a section on incident response, meaning step by step, what do we do when each type of a security incident occurs? This is not an all-inclusive list of all of the sub-policies that a security information policy may contain, but it is a few examples. Depending on the organization, the industry that it's in, the size of the organization, there can be many more policies than this. For each sub-policy contained within the information security policy, we need to document very specific details about that sub-policy. For example, we need to supply definitions. Every technical term needs to have the definition. Therefore, there's no misunderstanding as to the terminology. We need to define the scope, meaning to whom and to what devices does this policy apply? What are the goals and the expectations? What are the step-by-step procedures? And what best practices are expected to be implemented? Then we need to look at, does this sub-policy relate to compliance with a relevant law, a regulation, or a standard? If it does, we need to very specifically document what law, regulation, or standard this sub-policy is designed to meet, and how does it meet it. Next, who the policy applies to, meaning the department, the organization, individual users. It is incredibly important that everyone follows the policies within the information security policy. In order to ensure that level of compliance with the rules and the expectations, we need to establish consequences if a person does not follow a policy and does something they're not supposed to do. Various times throughout this lesson, I've referenced relevant laws, regulations, and standards. We're going to conclude this video by doing a high-level overview of some of these laws, regulations, and standards. Keep in mind that no one is going to expect you to know any kind of detail about any of these, but it's good to at least know what they are and what their general purpose is. Many of the following are going to be laws, regulations, and standards that deal with protecting personally identifiable information, basically a person's privacy. So let's define what PII is. PII, which is an abbreviation for personally identifiable information, is any information that could be used to identify a specific individual. It could be their name, their address, their social security, their email, their phone number, or any other data about that person. The first two laws to look at are in relation to general personally identifiable information about citizens of a specific country. For example, this first one, the Personal Information Protection and Electronic Documents Act, is a Canadian law that determines how private sector organizations collect, store, use, and disclose personal information. They must absolutely implement appropriate security safeguards. To keep that information secure and it is not disclosed or compromised. It also provides individuals with the right to access or ask to see the personal information held about them and to have it changed if they feel it's inaccurate. The second law, the General Data Protection Regulation, also known as GDPR, is a very similar law, but it pertains to people who live in a European Union country. Whereas the specifics of the laws may be slightly different, the purpose of each law is incredibly similar. It is to protect the general personally identifiable information of that country's citizens. Something interesting about the GDPR, it doesn't just apply to European Union companies. An American company that has customers that live in the European Union are still obligated to follow all of the security best practices in the GDPR, regardless of where the company is located. What's relevant is where the customers live, and are the customers in a European Union country. Whereas the first two laws we looked at were general purpose personally identifiable information, these next two laws are very specific to specific industries. For example, HIPAA, the Health Insurance Portability and Accountability Act, is specific to medical facilities. It is a privacy law that protects personal health information, and any organization that deals with any medical records must adhere to HIPAA. The next one is FERPA, the Family Educational Rights and Privacy Act, is a protection of privacy for student education records. Any educational institution, like WGU, is subject to FERPA and must protect student education records in compliance with this law. Next, we have the Children's Internet Protection Act. This law here in the United States mandates that schools and libraries must filter and block access to harmful or inappropriate online content. We want to keep children away from adult content, hate speech, violence, things like that. This law mandates that any computers in schools and libraries must block that content, even if the child tries to enter a site that would access that content. Next, we have the Payment Card Industry Data Security Standard, also known as PCI DSS. This is a standard designed to implement security so that credit and debit card transactions stay secure. Next, we have FISMA, also known as the Federal Information Security Management Act. This again is a US-based law that establishes requirements for all federal agencies to develop, implement, and maintain an information security program. Next, we have the Federal Trade Commission Act, also known as FTC. This is a US-based law that regulates unfair or deceptive trade practices and protects customers from deceptive or fraudulent business activities. Next, we have the Sarbanes-Oxley Act, also known as SOX. This is a US-based law that sets standards for financial reporting to protect investors from fraudulent financial practices by corporations. And lastly, we have the Graham-Leach-Bliley Act, also known as GLBA. This is a U.S.-based law that requires financial institutions to explain their information sharing practices to their customers and to safeguard sensitive data. As we have reviewed these laws, regulations, and standards, we only gave a very high-level overview of what its general purpose is, and that is sufficient for this class. You do not need to spend extra time or effort researching these and learning about the specific details of each. Requires financial review these laws, regulations, and standards. We only gave a very high-level overview of what its general purpose is, and that is sufficient for this class. You do not need to spend extra time or effort researching.
Done. I think I finished the videos. That's good. Nice. Which means I'm mostly done with this. I'm not even gonna fill the rest of this out. Nice. And done with that. Nice. So this. Boom, boom, boom. 3 booms. Oh man. It's over. Start break. Bam, 5 minutes.
In this first lesson, we're going to talk about various types of common policies you might have in your organization. And since data is most likely your most critical asset, let's begin with the data handling policy. This policy determines if corporate data is restricted to only specific internal roles, and or if it can be made public. It should identify any legal or regulatory restrictions to data handling or data transfer. This will include your naming and labeling or tagging schema, as well as classification. Public classification, such as confidential, or private classification, such as secret or top secret. The policy also outlines data ownership, if the data can be owned, as well as custodianship, the technical aspect of protecting data, and stewardship, the business aspect of handling data. Here's a sample approach to a data handling policy. Define how much protection the data and information needs. Keep in mind, you most likely have a budget, so we shouldn't have too much of an outlay of resources to protect data that only has a certain value. You collect and create only what is necessary. This is called data minimization, and it's an important principle. Offer the minimum needed access to the data, or least privilege. Disclose only the lowest amount of information necessary. Realize if you disclose too much, an attacker can infer the original data from the disclosed data. Safeguard your data in transit using transport layer security, IPsec, or Secure Shell 2. Secure your physical storage resources. We often protect data at rest with AES 256. Defend your archival media as well as your cloud storage. Dispose of data securely in the disposition phase. And stay knowledgeable about new risks to data in transit, data at rest, and even data in use. For example, in RAM memory on a web server or a Redis cluster. Another important policy is the password policy. Although many organizations are abandoning password credentials for better solutions, a stringent policy must be in place when applicable. The password policy represents the leadership of security governance towards securing access to data, applications, systems, and services that use passwords and passphrases. Keep in mind, security administrators must often walk a fine line between strong and long passwords and passwords that are difficult to remember, realizing that the end user will most likely document those strong passwords on a text file or on a sticky note. Here's an example of a password policy at Amazon Web Services. We see several elements here. First, the minimum password length. Here we have a minimum of 8 characters. Most organizations now have longer minimum lengths, such as 10 characters to 15 characters. Then, for password strength, you require at least one uppercase letter, one lowercase letter, at least one number, and or at least one non-alphanumeric character. Also keep in mind that common substitutions, like an A for an @ symbol or an S for the $sign, is not as strong as you think it is. Other requirements might be password expiration, for example 30 days, 45 or 60 days, allowing users to change their own password, and preventing password reuse. We call that password history. In other words, the end user has a password history of 10. They cannot reuse that password until they've gone through the cycle of password expiration using 10 other passwords. Probably the most common policy in a security policy is the Acceptable Use Policy, or AUP. An AUP is an agreement between 2 or more parties that outlines the appropriate use of access to a corporate network or the internet. This policy describes what users may and may not do when accessing the network, and as mentioned, it's deemed to be one of the most important aspects of a written security policy. An AUP is useful for businesses and educational facilities that offer internet access to employees or students. Often, users must agree to terms and conditions before every authenticated session. That may be in the form of a banner message or a captive portal and a checkbox. Companies and other entities use an AUP to protect their networks from bad actors. Some common elements of an AUP would be data access and disclosure policies, data retention, asset custodianship, for example, provisioning or onboarding a laptop or a mobile device with an asset tag, password policies, system access, a clean desk policy, removable device policies. For example, can you take USB fobs in and out of the building or an area? Can you take your mobile phone off the campus? Web surfing elements, augmented reality AR, remember Pokemon Go? And a bring your own device policy, BYOD. Let's talk more about a BYOD policy for your mobile device. Here, employees are permitted to use their personal mobile device to access enterprise data and systems. There are 4 basic options to a BYOD policy. Unlimited access for personal devices, but more likely access only to non-sensitive systems and data. Through enterprise mobility management, you may enforce access with IT control over personal devices, apps, and stored data, or access while preventing local storage of data through partitioning and compartmentalization with mobile device management tools. A privacy policy. The main goals of a privacy policy are to protect intellectual property, IP, such as organizational secrets, copyrights, digital rights, formulas, future products and marketing campaigns, ongoing research, and more. Personally identifiable information, PII, such as ID numbers, addresses, personal preferences, and more. Personal health information, PHI. On the exam, be aware of these common policies.
What a useless video, bro.
in this video, I'll describe the main principles of human-centered design. So human-centered design has 4 major principles. So the first one is to ensure that we solve the core root issues and not just the problem that's presented to us, which is often, if you look at it, the symptom and not the cause. So we also want to ensure that people are the main focus of the design process. You also want to take a systems point of view, realize that most complications result from the interdependencies of multiple systems or multiple parts. And then you want to perform some prototyping and continual testing and refining of your proposals and your prototypes to ensure that they truly meet the needs of the people who they're intended for. So let's take a look at what we call root problem identification. So we want to be able to find the right problem. And not all problems are worth solving. So there's 2 types of problems. There's a fundamental problem, and then there's symptoms of the problem. So it's essential to solve a fundamental problem first, because by doing that, you're going to solve a root cause of other problems. So the first step is to focus on the root cause. Then you want to conduct some research and identify the fundamental problem requires time and teams, and they often argue that they don't have enough time. But no matter how much time it takes, the process of identifying the core problem needs to be an integral part of the design process. When designers skip this part at the beginning, it could lead to a situation where they try to solve the wrong problems. So this activity of the root problem identification is an investment. The better you conduct your research, the more time and energy you're going to save down the road. So solving the fundamental underlying issues will solve the root problems by addressing any lack of understanding of the complexity of your entire system. So let's look at what we mean when we talk about a people-centered approach. It means that whatever you design, the focus should be always on the people who use your product and not on the technology itself. So those people that use your product are not some sort of abstract user. They're real human beings, and they're going to interact with the product. You want to keep in mind that the product is just a tool that helps them reach their goal. People-centered means starting with the needs and abilities of people. It means considering all the people who are involved, taking into account the history, culture, beliefs, and environment of the community. And the best way to do that is to let those who are in the community to provide you with the answers. People-centered also means considering all the people who are involved. You want to look at their situation, the motivations they have, and any expected outcomes. And those are all going to serve to shape how the design of your product is influenced. So what does it mean to focus the entire system in human-centered design? So it's important to think of everything as a system. So you don't focus solely on one part of a user journey while forgetting about other parts of a journey. Improving one part doesn't mean that you're going to have a good overall user experience. So fixing or improving a small issue is often beneficial, but that fix or that optimization can result in some suboptimal global results. So you always want to think about the big picture, what you want to achieve with your experience, and what is the final result that you care about. So imagine an e-commerce app that has a really smooth user flow for product purchase, but as soon as the customer reaches customer support, so let's say they try to return an item that they purchased recently, they're hit with slow response rates. So no matter how good a purchase experience they had, if they encounter this less than smooth process in the returns cycle, the overall user experience won't be really good. So users should have good user experience at all touch points. And then prototyping and testing are critical for human-centered design. An interactive process needs to be used to manage developments. So this is going to ensure that suggestions are easily implemented and they can be deployed quickly. No matter how much time you spend on ideating or prototyping your solution, you should always test it with real people, because the feedback from that testing is going to help you understand what part of your design that's going to need improvement. And then human-centered design starts with quick approximations, right? You're often having participants play act the workings and then giving you rapid feedback. So with each iteration, the prototype becomes more and more refined and more usable. And you also need to know that these tests must be applied to the actual intended recipients or users that you're going to be designing or developing this product for. In this video, we'll explore the concept of least privilege. Least privilege is a security concept that is based on providing the lowest level of rights and permissions for a user to perform their current task and no more. It's also a time-limited privilege. For example, imagine a receptionist at an organization may need access between the hours of, say, 7 a.m. and 6 p.m., with a little bit of leeway either way. Well, during the off hours, that is at 6:01 p.m. until 6:59 a.m., that user has little to no privileges at all, because it's 99.9% likelihood that that user does not need any privileges during those hours. So that's least privilege in a time-sensitive way. So why least privilege? Well, the fact is that least privilege limits exposure and access by limiting permissions and limiting those permissions over a limited time, as we've already established. We vary security levels if different security levels are required for different tasks, so it's based on task. And we do this rather than always running at a higher security level. So tasks have to be structured in such a way to support least privilege as well. Least privilege doesn't just apply to human users. Applications have runtime privileges as well. And this is based on what's known as particular security context. So the context is the user permission level that the application runs under. And here again, we want to run the application or the component with the least privileges required. And this is also time limited. How do we get to least privilege? Well, one of the most common ways is to start with no privileges at all. At that point, the need to know must be established, and this in turn results in privileges being awarded. One of the most important benefits of least privilege is that it keeps sensitive data confidential, and it maintains the secrecy level required by also ensuring that users that don't require higher level of permissions don't have access to that sensitive data in order to purposely or inadvertently disclose information. In this video, we'll explore the design principle of failsafe. Failsafe is a design principle
that says when a system does experience a failure, and almost every software does at some point, it should fail to a safe state. That is, it should fail in a way that does not compromise security. The bottom line is that in the event of an error, exception, any kind of failure, assets must above all be protected. Now let's make a distinction. Exceptions are not errors. Exceptions occur and are events outside the natural process flow of the software, not necessarily an error. However, exceptions do have specific handling requirements. Errors, on the other hand, are mistakes or faults. Now, errors could also be due to human error, but the bottom line again here is that errors, like exceptions, also have specific handling requirements. The idea behind failsafe is that errors and exceptions are handled in a predictable and acceptable way. This means ideally, we don't want the system to fail and just be entirely disabled. Rather, when an error or exception does occur, we want the system to fail safely and securely, and then have the system return to normal operation, so it fails gracefully and returns to normal functioning. One failsafe principle is known as explicit deny, or deny by default. When the system fails, we want it to fail in a safe and secure manner, not open, which means that it would now be vulnerable to attack. One way to accomplish this is by using the principle deny by default, which means that authorization should be denied by default. So again, the system doesn't fail in an open state, vulnerable to attack. Another principle in failsafe is non-verbose errors. So think error codes or error IDs rather than error messages. Verbose error messages that provide line numbers and explicit, comprehensive explanations of the error or exception are certainly not going to help an average user. However, for an attacker, this could be incredibly useful information to take back to home base and improve on the attack. In this video, we'll explore economy of mechanism principles. The idea behind economy of mechanism is to keep things simple, or at least as simple as possible. Understand that complex software can be difficult to protect and is prone to problems. For example, consider an application with 1,000 lines of code. Well, this is much simpler and has way fewer areas where things can go wrong than an application with, say, 10 million lines of code. Understand that security is already a complex process. So the simpler that we can keep everything, the easier it will be to defend, troubleshoot, and administer. One way to apply the principle of economy of mechanism is to use existing trusted components. The fact is that you can use existing components instead of creating new ones every time, thereby taking advantage of the fact that you do have trusted components already. You have trusted libraries, for example, trusted infrastructure, as well as trusted utilities. Consider, for example, a tried and tested login process like single sign-on, federated identity management, or OAuth. Now, there is a downside, and the fact is that if you are using the same trusted components across multiple products or parts of a product, if there is a vulnerability found or a flaw, then that vulnerability exists everywhere that you've deployed that particular component. However, if the component has been deployed intelligently, then it will be simpler to troubleshoot. For example, if you deploy it in a function and call that function in several areas, then that specific block of code needs to be addressed in one area. So the vulnerability or flaw exists, yes, but it's in one block of code. This goes a long way to keeping things simple. Another idea is using only the essentials. So this includes services. So you eliminate non-essential services, and protocols. Eliminate non-essential protocols. For example, when installing many operating systems, a whole spate of services and protocols may be left running and open, and they're just not essential. All they're doing is sitting there adding to the attack surface. So we aim to keep things simple by eliminating those non-essential services and protocols. Determining the essentials can be a difficult process. One way to determine essentials, you start with minimal services and protocols, only those that you know are required for that specific purpose, and then activate services and protocols as required. Now again, this can be a difficult and time-consuming task, but it goes a long way with keeping things simple, and that is economy of mechanism.
Ah, it's hilarious. this company is trying to like. Oh, that's funny. Hold up. This company, I don't even know what it is. They got a demo of their product. And people are just somehow getting in here and publishing stuff like F you. I want to post something. How do I do this? Let me hack this. Articles. Nice, bro. Nice.
February 16th, 2023, and you're watching the Code Report. Tailwind is the worst way to do CSS, except for all the other ways that have been tried. An epic war erupted yesterday after somebody had the audacity to post a Tailwind snippet on Twitter. The Allied Tailwind Alliance defended this code, while the Unified CSS fundamentalists said horrible, dehumanizing things about it, like it's not even real CSS. As a result, many insecure nerds suffered slightly hurt feelings from hearing mild criticisms about technology choices that their clients will never care about. It was truly horrific. I decided to run a poll to see where you guys fall, and although most have never tried it, 4 out of 5 people that have tried Tailwind love it. Still though, it has its trade-offs, and may not be a good fit for every project. In this video, I want to explain the problems Tailwind solves, because it's obvious that many people don't even understand them, yet still have no problem hating on a free and open source tool publicly. I personally joined the Tailwind cult a couple of years ago, after refusing to drink the Kool-Aid for quite a while. In my experience, it's a tool like TypeScript or Svelte that makes it really hard to go back to the thing you were using before, because it saves a ton of time, and becoming a productive developer is all about using your time wisely. The first problem with CSS is co-location. The standard practice for the last 20 years has been to separate your CSS from the markup to provide a good separation of concerns, and doing otherwise means you go to hell. As programmers, we know the hardest part of the job is naming things, and this practice requires you to come up with a lot of arbitrary names that are often pointless. A few weeks later, when you come back to modify this code, it becomes difficult to figure out which styles actually apply to each element, because you've totally forgotten what these class names do. And you might have used these class names in multiple places, so if you try to change it, it could break unexpected parts of the UI. Tailwind addresses this problem by giving you standard utility classes that are co-located in the HTML. This results in disgusting, bloated HTML that looks like blasphemous inline styles at first glance, and that's a very valid criticism and likely the main turnoff for people when they first look into using Tailwind. However, the benefit is that you don't have all these arbitrary class names anymore and know exactly which styles apply to it, and that just clears a ton of mental overhead from your plate. You can make modifications safely without breaking other parts of the app. Also, here's a little pro tip. If you're using Tailwind and hate the way your HTML looks, the inline fold VS Code extension can automatically minimize it for you. Problem number 2 is that CSS is verbose. Remember, everything in Tailwind is just CSS. Hover over any class to view the actual CSS code. What's cool about it though is that it uses clever naming conventions like inset0 to do something in 1 line of code that would take 6 lines of CSS, because it combines properties and values together. I would estimate that Tailwind results in approximately 1/3 the total amount of code that you would have with vanilla CSS, and the best type of code is the code you never have to write. However, a valid criticism of this approach is that you have to learn an abstraction on top of CSS, which is not ideal. It's always best to use the platform natively, but the web platform is often cruel and vengeful. Now, problem 3 is that CSS gives you too much control over the UI, while frameworks like Bootstrap are too difficult to customize. Tailwind falls right in the middle of these, giving you a standard set of constraints to make sure the UI looks good, but tends to be much easier to customize to accommodate any design. Like when you build a Bootstrap app, it always tends to look like a Bootstrap app. With Tailwind, it's not so obvious. Now, the final problem I want to talk about is zombie styles. We have a tendency to write styles that never actually get used, and just bloat the CSS bundle. Tailwind will automatically purge all unused styles to kill the zombies and remove this dead code. That's pretty cool, but the drawback is that Tailwind is a pretty heavy-handed approach. It takes like 5 steps to set up to install the Tailwind CLI, Post CSS, and the VS Code extension. For that reason, I only use it on big projects. For smaller demos, I've been using Pico CSS, which can make things look good with zero effort thanks to its classless approach. As you can see, there are many pros and cons to a
In this video, we'll explore complete mediation principles. Complete mediation refers to the concept that when a subject requests access with respect to an object and an action, and that authorization is verified, then it must be verified each and every time that access is requested with respect to that object and action. We must ensure that authorization is never bypassed regardless of how many times it's requested and how many repeated accesses are attempted. One example of the use of this principle is the security kernel and operating systems, which can never be circumvented, and most paths to a breach or compromise involve circumventing critical systems like authentication. Now, we want to prevent bypass situations during design, and there's a natural progression during design. Complete mediation principles. Complete mediation refers to the concept that when a subject requests access with respect to an object and an action, and that authorization is verified, then it must be verified each and every time that access is requested with respect to that object and action. We must ensure that authorization is never bypassed regardless of how many times it's requested and how many repeated accesses are attempted. One example of the use of this principle is the security kernel and operating systems, which can never be circumvented, and most paths to a breach or compromise involve circumventing critical systems like authentication. Now, we want to prevent bypass situations during design, and there's a natural progression during design. So we consider potential bypass situations, and we design the software so that we prevent those bypass situations from being instantiated. Consider session management. There are ways that we manage sessions, and we do this for convenience. For example, cookies, cached credentials, tokens, as well as certificates. The risk here is that user credentials may change from the time of the initial authorization and the actual system use, potentially leading to time of check to time of use attack. Now, this is a situation where we can implement timeouts that will lock a session out after some period of time of non-activity, or lock an account or a session after a certain number of failed login attempts. In this video, we'll explore the concept of open design. When we refer to open design, we're referring to the fact that the security of the system must be entirely independent of its design. So what we're saying here essentially is that the algorithm must be open and accessible, and security must not be dependent at all on the design. It was once thought that security through obscurity was a valid form of security. This, for example, meant hiding keys and passwords inside the source code. But with differential code analysis and with reverse engineering, the secrets have easily been discovered. So in fact, it turns out that this is really not a valid form of security. By adhering to the open design principle, it means that our code can be open to review. So under a peer review, missed issues can be uncovered. The peer review may also be used to ensure that standards have been complied with. There's also a mentoring opportunity. If a peer reviews code and the algorithm has some issue, then a more senior developer could provide some mentoring advice on how to close or address that issue. In addition, the bottom line is that code that's opened to review after undergoing a peer review process is a higher quality product. In this video, we'll consider the security concept of separation of duties. Separation of duties is another fundamental approach to security and ensures that for any particular task, more than one person needs to be involved, or multiple parties are required for that particular task to be completed. In order to apply separation of duties, some tasks may need to be split amongst a critical path, and that way multiple persons can then participate, and necessarily no single individual can possibly complete the task. It requires multiple persons. What is the rationale for separation of duties? The concept here is that no single individual can complete a specific task, and therefore no single individual may misuse those permissions. For example, most organizations require 2 signatures on checks or on approval of contract situations. In order to implement separation of duties, the concept itself must be designed into a particular system. To accomplish this, software components may require multiple conditions to be met before a task is considered complete. These conditions can be managed separately, and this in turn enforces all the checks and balances that are required by the system in order to ensure that separation of duties is actually applied. One of the ways that separation of duties is applied is by secret sharing, and this is particularly common in situations where very sensitive data is involved. Secret sharing or splitting is defined as a method for distributing a secret amongst a group of participants, with each of those participants being allocated their share of the secret. The secret can be totally reconstructed only when there is a sufficient number or sufficient type of shares combined together. Therefore, individual shares are of no use on their own, so it requires the collaboration of several individuals. In this video, we'll explore least common mechanism principle. The purpose of the design principle of least common mechanism is to avoid unintentional sharing of information and eliminating potential pathways for information sharing amongst users and processes. The mechanisms, therefore, utilized for accessing resources should not be shared. Having a range of users and processes serviced by a shared mechanism significantly increases the effort required to design a process that keeps all pathways separate. An example of shared mechanisms is having separate services or different services with different priorities provided to 2 separate sets of users. The more that they share resources, the more susceptible the system is to influence from one or the other, to disclose data in an unauthorized fashion via covert channels, or even the ability to limit availability by using, for example, a denial of service. If a choice must be made between a single shared process operating over a range of different processes with different priorities and multiple separate, isolated, or compartmentalized processes, the separate processes is the better choice to make. Yes, even though this flies in the face of leveraging existing components, the whole idea here is that the choice is really a balance that must be made, taking into consideration the level of risk involved. This video will explore the concept of psychological acceptability. When considering software systems, users themselves are key to the security of those systems. Therefore, security must be designed to be psychologically acceptable to the users themselves. When the security of the system is perceived to impede or obstruct the user from completing their tasks, the work that they have to do, then they'll find ways to bypass that security altogether. A good example of this is a security policy that prohibits sending PDF files as attachments in emails. Let's say that a user came up against this policy and it was critical for them in order to complete their job or complete the task as part of their job that they send that PDF with information. Well, they could get around that policy by simply using a utility to zip the PDF up and then sending the attachment that way, thereby entirely bypassing that security policy. Now, obviously there are risks from circumventing security, and users should be made fully aware and understand the risks involved in doing so. They need to understand why certain controls exist, so they should understand fundamentally why those controls exist. Further, understand how to use those controls efficiently and effectively rather than bypassing them. Security should be easy. It should be simple and transparent to the user. For example, consider a complex password policy. If the password policy makes those passwords so complex that they can't possibly be remembered, that's counter to making software usable and making users productive, which is what we need in terms of business anyway. Consider also that a screen layout should be simple and easy to follow, intuitive in its design, and you shouldn't have extraneous and extra key presses or mouse presses and so on. The bottom line here is that users themselves want to be productive. They need to be productive for the organization, and hence security should be simple and transparent and easy to use.
In this video, I'll describe some aspects of the Zero Trust model for security. So let's start with some Zero Trust fundamentals. First is distrust by default. Assume all clients and hosts have the potential to be hostile or turn hostile. Threats always exist. This is not saying there's always an active threat or an attack in progress, just that the threats are always looming on the horizon. Stay vigilant and stay prepared. No local trust assumptions. For so long, security assumptions were based on strong perimeter security, that once on the internal network behind strong firewalls and stringent security, we were safe. We can't make that assumption now. Use multi-factor authentication when you can, and always require authorization, and follow the principle of least privilege. What are some aspects of trust we need to consider for Zero Trust concepts? Well, broad exceptions are dangerous. Giving away privileges, like seeing a grant all privileges statement in SQL, should never be an option. The principle of least privilege applies here and should always be in the back of your mind when it comes to access. The other danger is assumptions of safety when operating on the local subnet. If it's connected to the internet, then we can assume there's a potential for intrusion, so we need to distrust by default. Trust requires strong authentication, using strong encryption with strong passwords and keys. We assert trust through active monitoring of traffic. A compromised account doesn't tell us it's compromised. A change in pattern or behavior is usually the tell that gives it away. Seeing a login from a foreign IP address could be enough to tip off our monitoring. Accessing files outside of normal activity patterns is another giveaway for a compromised account. Now, once we authenticate, we turn our attention to authorization. As in many security approaches, this is essential. In Zero Trust approaches, authorization for resources must be approached in terms of enforcement, which is our frontline authorization process. Policy, which checks the authorization, it's the policy engine component preventing against unauthorized access. Trust, which is our risk analysis component, typically producing a risk factor value that we can use to assess how risky it is to trust the authorization or continued authorization, and storing authorization data for the state of trust in the system. Now, what are the Zero Trust priorities? So the rules of thumb that we use when starting out implementing Zero Trust. Always authenticate before processing. You can sync or dead-end network data that isn't authenticated. Encrypt before transmitting. End-to-end security is important, as is securing the endpoints. Deprecate weak authentication and encryption, and keep hardware and software up to date. And that concludes this presentation on the Zero Trust model.
Dang, I can probably finish this. Probably finish this tomorrow. Hold up, let me see. This is short. 5 minutes video and 6-page reading. Oh wait, no, that's just this. Never mind. There's a lot more. Eight minutes, 6 minutes. Activity. 3 minutes, 3 minutes, 8 minutes, 8 minutes, 1.5 minutes. Still, this is not that long. What's this one? 2 pages of reading, 2 minutes, more reading, 2 pages, 6-minute video, 5-minute video. Page of reading. Alright, I guess maybe this is not that short. But not that long either. Not crazy. 3 minutes. That one doesn't even work. That doesn't even work. None of these work. The whole thing just crashed. Amazing. Oh no, it's showing it completed. What the heck? No, I don't want to do that. Alright, whatever. Yeah, probably all of this in the next 2 days, probably. What's today? Wednesday? So Thursday, Friday? Yeah, I can finish everything by Friday. And then start studying for the exam. Easy peasy. Easy. Time to read. Time to read the Iliad. Ugh. Dang, I'm about to fall asleep. I'm kind of tired.